Alright, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. I think we're good. Probably have to drop this audio a little bit. Just make sure that the camera is good now. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. I appreciate you becoming a supporter, Nixon. Just make sure this is all good. Huh, hold on. Yeah, straight. How's it going? I am not a good streamer anymore. I like completely forgot to set up my stream. But I guess that's okay, because it gives people time to come in here if they plan on showing up anyways. I think that's the problem. Did that fix the problem? Nah. Oh, the camera's just being dog water at the moment. Let me try to fix this. But if it doesn't work out in like 5 minutes, we'll do a faceless stream. I'm not too worried about the camera. Let's see. Alright, restarting the software. I don't know actually, Unchained Sora. I don't know if they fixed it yet, but we're gonna find out. That's a pretty big one to mess up on. But if it's still messed up, I have other means of showing the cutscenes. It just won't look as cinematic. I'm glad you're excited. Truthfully. It's one of those things that I'm really happy to show off. Feels weird seeing Oakley again, yeah. True, technically it is young Kalina, 10 years younger. People do debate on which version is better in terms of looks. I think they both have their appeal, but I think personally, I think the young Kalina has more personality in her artwork. But older Kalina still has a ton of personality. It shows a lot of growth uh, from where she's been from. So I like both, but if you didn't know about either version, then I think most people would go with young Kalina just because she has more personality in her artwork. I like that one too, for sure. Okay, so the camera is showing up, but it's not going through my software that makes my that gets rid of my background, and I don't want you guys to see my background. My place is a mess right now. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. Let's see if this fixes it. Nope, that did not fix it. See. Right, I'll try, like, even like one more minute to try to figure this out. Like, literally one more minute. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna just go faceless. Because my ADHD is kicking in, which means that, like, I really want to try to figure this out, but I know I don't have time. No, we're just glad to be here. I appreciate that. see. Yeah, wouldn't stress too hard about it. Yeah, the thing about me is that I get really fixated on problems that come up. It's like, man, I really don't want to leave a problem unsolved. And I think that's an ADHD thing. But if I'm honest, I think the only way to fix it is if I restart the stream, and I don't want to do that. Like, I probably did all the fixes, but I need to restart my streaming application in order to have everything come into effect. But no, we're not going to do that, so we'll just go faceless for this one. We can go ahead and get started. At the very least, it gave you all time to actually show up and see what's going on. It's quite a lot, yeah. This was like the standard back in the day. Like back in the day, I mean like 2015, 2016. The main lobby UI was always this busy for most gacha games. Or honestly, most mobile games in general. So, I'm just going to say ahead of time, just in case you guys didn't read the description, because I know even I don't read descriptions, so I completely understand. This is episode 15 point, either 0.3 or 0.4, for the summary series. That is currently on episode 13.5. So the summary series in terms of progress is at the 50% mark. The event I'm showing off right now is at like the 90% mark. So we're getting towards the end game with this event. So just gonna say ahead of time, if you guys are trying to experience this story through my summaries, there's going to be a lot of spoilers in this event. So, just forewarning there, if you're here, I'm just going to be talking about just about everything, because that's kind of why I wanted to do this stream. There's a lot I want to talk about on stream that I can't, because I know a lot of you are experiencing the story through my summaries. So this is just like a stream where I can just go all out and not have to hold back, for the most part. So if you don't want to get spoiled and you would rather wait for the summary, then feel free to leave now. I don't mind at all. But if you guys don't mind, I'm glad you guys are here, and we can go ahead and get started. So, I've already done everything, so we don't have to worry about any gameplay. Just that's what you guys voted for, anyways. Um, Now the issue with that is they don't actually. This map is literally just a map, and it doesn't show where cutscene 1 is or cutscene 2 is. So if you see me clicking around for what the next cutscene is, that's why, because there's no indicator until you actually click on it. But this is the first cutscene that's about to come up, and I will narrate everything. So Girls Frontline 1 is like 2.5 times the length in dialogue than what Girls Frontline 2 is. So when I did the Naya event, that's like, I want to say like an hour and a half. This is probably going to be like double, if not triple, that time. So hope you guys got some drinks and popcorn. It has stopped snowing. As the frost begins to thaw in the morning, water drips down from the branches and roofs. The cloud hangs low in the sky, making it dull and gray. On the outer wall of a shopping center in Weisben district, a large LED screen keeps on playing its contents to the desolate sky. Good morning. It is November 1st, 2064, and the current time is in Frankfurt is 0601, so 6 o'clock. So 6 o'clock, basically. Welcome to the news. First, an update on the latest development of the explosion at the Alte Oper. So far, the explosion has caused at least 64 deaths and wounded more than 200. The cause of the explosion is confirmed to be the suicide bomb carried by RPK-16, a tactical doll produced by the Neo-Soviet Union. As of press time, no organization has claimed responsibility for the incident, but in view of the Human Manifesto issued by RPK-16 prior to her death, the incident is now considered a vicious terrorist attack against civilians instigated by dolls. Yes, never trust RPK. The Neo-Soviet Union's Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued an urgent statement this morning in response to the explosion, claiming that the state has ordered the doll manufacturer to shut down all research and development projects on related doll models, and that the experimental data will be seized and investigated by relevant government departments. This case will allegedly be led by the Neo-Soviet Union in coordination with a transnational German Joint Law Enforcement Initiative. Further details on the collaboration framework and progress will be released at a later date. Additionally, German police have issued a special bounty warrant for the remaining members of Task Force Defy, AK-12, AN-94, and AK-15. The charges listed in the warrant include murder, fatal terrorism, and endangering human security, among others. To prevent similar crises from occurring again, the German government issued the Interim Regulations for Doll Security in an emergency decree during the early hours of the morning. This marks a new wave of nationwide restrictions on dolls, particularly in the capital, following the full-scale traffic lockdown on Frankfurt on October 23rd. That's my birthday. These restrictions include prohibiting dolls from freely entering or exiting Frankfurt and Berlin, establishing temporary checkpoints on interstate highways and major transit routes, and conducting registration, statistic collection, and neuroclass screenings on dolls that are currently present in Frankfurt. Up next, we'll go live to our correspondent, Shadowless, for on-the-ground coverage. By the way, yes, her name is actually Shadowless. That's her first actual name. Hello, this is Shadowless. I am now standing right by the Eiserner Steg upon Mainz. As you can see through the camera, there is a large crowd gathered here. Edgy cool. Guess what her brother's name was? I will now talk to some members of the public and see what they think about the new regulations. Hello, what are your thoughts on the intimate regulations for doll security? The hell is that? They are temporary measures introduced following a series of attacks on humans perpetrated by dolls. These measures are aimed at imposing restrictions on all dolls in Frankfurt and Berlin. Huh, that sounds like a pretty good idea. It improved public security, no? Thank you for your input. Hello, what are your thoughts on the interim regulations for doll security? Who cares about dolls? Thank you for your input. No to security regulations. No to the security regulations. Set the dolls free. Set the dolls free. A voice chanting slogans loudly attracts Shadowless' attention. She hurries towards a group of people who are currently crossing the bridge. Hello, what are your thoughts on the interim regulations for doll security? I'm against it. The policy is utterly senseless. It's put the operations of our hospitals to a complete standstill. Could you elaborate? Hospitals in Frankfurt employ a large amount of dolls as counselors, pharmacists, nurses, security guards, etc. Hey Shira, how's it going? You don't allow the dolls to work, but you don't provide us with alternative manpower. So how are we supposed to fill this labor shortage? I understand. So you are opposed to this policy because it severely impacts on hospitals' operation and efficiency. Before the doctor can respond, Shadowless' microphone gets snatched away. I think the policy is great. We're finally throwing out these goddamn dolls that taken all our jobs. How can humans ever compete against dolls that don't eat, sleep, demand pay, or make mistakes? With them out of the picture, it'd be so much easier to get a job. Thank you for your input. Please give me back my microphone. If you ask me, I say we just scrap all the dolls in the whole damn country. I support the nationwide adoption of the regulation. Other members of the doll holler in agreement, but an even bigger commotion draws Shadowless' attention. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a doll being escorted by the police into the police station for a neural cloud screening. Hello, may I take up a couple of minutes of your time to conduct a short interview? Sure. What's your name? What are your thoughts on the interim regulations for doll security? My name is Marie. I am currently employed by a housekeeping services company and mainly work as a nanny. Did I do something wrong? Why am I under arrest? You didn't do anything wrong. This is done for the safety of human citizens. There is a citywide screening to identify dangerous dolls. I've never harmed any humans. Please don't hurt me. That's enough. We need to go. The doll's wide, terrified eyes soon disappear from view. Okay. So I think I can take this moment to explain what's going on a little bit for you guys that hasn't been playing Girls Frontline 1, or at least haven't followed it like how I and others have. So in the introduction, they talk about RPK doing a suicide bombing. That is true. She did do that. It was in a theater, and it was live streamed to all of Frankfurt, which is the city we're in right now. I think it was actually more than Frankfurt, but I can't say for sure. I had to read through it again just to double check that. But the reason why she did that is because of her creator. Her creator, her name is Samantha Shaw. She hates the idea of dolls becoming born human. She sees dolls as weapons. So when she was killed off by people who didn't agree with her, which was more than likely the people who would eventually be the UNNC. Doing her kick stream thing. Yeah. So RPK was made under the idea of being the most human as possible, just to show how dangerous dolls can be. So basically, RPK mental gymnastics her way to being a terrorist doll. Not even terrorist doll. She wanted to follow the will of her creator. The problem is that the other three, which is AK-12, AK-15, and A-94, they were not like that. They were very much they did not follow Shaw's will. They were their own people. But RPK was very much following Shaw's dream of dolls being seen as weapons and not human. Now, there is other things regarding that. I don't want to explain way too much because we're trying to follow the event. But just know that, yes, RPK did actually do that. She did a little trolling. RPK, you mean Embla? Yes. That's a whole other can of worms that I can explain later. But it's going to come into play in a moment. So just bear with me. Near the Eisner Steg, Frankfurt. The Jeep parked on the side of the road bears silent witness to the scene. Then the engine starts, and it drives off into the open highway. Inside the vehicle, the grim atmosphere weighs heavy on an expressionless doll in the driver's seat. In the distance, high-definition cameras slowly revolve, scanning the area. Unfazed, M16 keeps her face blank as she continues to play the law-abiding citizen, law-abiding doll. Meanwhile, she logs onto the encrypted comms channel. To this spicy stream. It is quite spicy. The interim regulations for doll security are now in full effect. Any doll that don't meet the requirements are being taken away for inspection. And the office that handles all the admin procedures just so happens to be closed at such a critical time. Put it simply, they're not giving us dolls any time to react at all. Are you affected? No. The sly old fox got me some special permit, which should be more than enough to get me through any inspection. The biggest problem is with Defy. The Stasi has placed such a huge bounty on their heads that the poachers on the black market are all out for blood. Not gonna lie, even I find some very tempting. Still, isn't there a hideout in the, what's that word, Allstad? I doubt the inspection can be thoroughly enforced there. Jack gets 50 subs, not blow myself up. Yeah, that's quite the kick stream there. The Allstad is pretty gracious. So it does make for the perfect hideout for outlaws. But no matter how lawless it is, the residents aren't blind. AK-15 sticks out wherever she goes, and since anti-doll sentiments are running really high right now, people would just call the police if they see a doll out in the streets. But they can't stay in one place for long. Right, but I don't think Defy is your biggest problem here. Doing life things. Why? Oh please, I've grown out of taking petty revenge while on a mission. How very reassuring to hear. Then I'll let you do the talking. I'm about to find an AR-18. Hey, wait, I'll go. Little trolling there. What's the situation on your end? From what I know, the level of security you'll have to deal with when getting off the Autobahn and driving into the city will be even crazier than before. Yeah, there are definitely more checkpoints than before. There's no way we can get past them without a permit. Not to mention, so many cars are trying to get into Frankfurt, the queues extend all the way up to the Autobahn itself. Still no news from AR-18? She said she's still waiting, but she'll hear back by the end of today, one way or another. But there's really no telling how things will turn out. I'll update you on the curfew situation within the city later. Hopefully the information will come in useful for you after you get in. Right. If things don't work out on AR-18's end, we'll also try other ways to get in. Alright. "416. Yes? Do you really not mind working with me? I told you already, it's all water under the bridge for me. Can we just focus on the mission at hand? Glad to hear it. This is a mission of critical importance. Our priority is to locate the commander. Then we must try our best to monitor Paradeus' systems and activities. Character development? I don't want any problems among ourselves. Hey, Makoto. Been a while. Huh, you're not implying that 414 is a hindrance, are you? M16's lips curl into a smile. I can see that you're rearing to go, 416. The commander still has a lot of outstanding debt. We're going to hunt them down to collect it, even if it takes us to the end of the world. Screw out of a spite phase, yeah. Boom. The sound of avernous destruction rumbles on continuously. But at this moment, the commander is blind and deaf to everything but their burning hatred for the man standing before them. William, I finally got you. Despite being a prisoner of war, William simply sneers derisively. Good old Bill. Just clicking bottom, I noticed myself. Hey, down the ring. Nice to see you. Mag dump him. The commander grabs the scrawny man and pulls him towards the interrogation room. Boom. An unfamiliar ceiling. There is no light, just the rough surface of mortar. You're awake, Commander. As the commander gasps laboriously, the soreness and heaviness in their limbs begin to drain away. Their body feels like a mummy that has been slumbering for millennia, so fragile that it can snap in half any time. The commander turns their head and sees the girl sitting by their side. Dandelion? Where are we? How did we get here? I remember we were in the interrogation room on board the Elmo. Was it William's doing? Like you, I know nothing about our current situation. The commander sits up with Dandelion's help. Then they start studying their surroundings. It is a simple room with no windows and only one door. Faint light is seeping through the gap under the door. What isn't Williams doing? Like the ceiling, the floor is also coated in rough mortar and yields no information. The only furnishings in this room consist of a surveillance camera installed in the ceiling, a bed, a toilet, and a bucket half filled with water. How long have we been here? Maybe a week, maybe a decade. Is this really time for stupid jokes? Unable to glean much information from the room, The commander shifts their gaze to Dandelion. Something seems different about her, but they can't see much in the dim light. You woke up before me? Yes. Did you see our abductors? I don't know who abducted us. All I know is that the last time this door was opened, it was a handful of scientists working under William. William? What did they do? They took me to the lab. After that, I don't know. The commander checks Dandelion's exposed skin and finds no signs of injury. The wound is here. Dandelion points at her chest. Want to see? No. We need to get you out of here and get you a checkup. The commander rubs their stiff muscles. Their communicator, sidearm, and weapons that they had on them are all gone. Can you contact the dolls? No, the signal is completely jammed here. The commander gets off the bed, walks over to the door, and gives it a few light taps to get a feel of its thickness. The knocks sound dull, as if the echo got absorbed by the walls. The door is probably over 50 centimeters thick and made of concrete. Yes, I want to see. The commander feels around the door. It has no handles or peepholes, but there is a thin crack on the door. They try to pry it open. It is a slot for sliding food through. I can see it outside the crack. You're right. Can we use it to escape? Let me try. Through the crack, the commander sees the key is actually inside the keyhole. So they simply have to turn the door handle on the other side. They tear out their shoelace and produce a simple lasso with it. Then they slide it through the crack in the door. The lasso successfully hooks around the door handle. Click. The door opens. A sense of unease suddenly washes over the commander. Would the enemy make such an obvious mistake? Could this be another trap? Oh. Are you okay? Dandelion has suddenly collapsed on the floor. Under the light shining through the now open door, the commander finally gets a good look at Dandelion. Her face is so pale, her skin is almost translucent. Her slender arms are so weak and shaky, she can't even prop herself up. Commander, just run. For the West, yes, it's a new Girls Frontline 1 event. Just leave me. Get up. Without any hesitation, the commander pulls Dandelion onto their back and creeps out of the door cautiously. All is utterly quiet outside the room. The commander notices that there isn't a single surveillance camera in the corridor, let alone any patrolling soldiers. But they remain on their guard. Did you try to memorize the route when they took you to the lab? Yes, I remember the way. Then you navigate. We've got to get out of here ASAP. Okay. Also, have you always weighed this much? The commander has taken barely a few steps with Dandelion on their back, but they are already out of breath. Sorry for slowing you down. You just woke up and still weak. You really should just leave behind and get out yourself. Don't give me any of that. Show me the way. Commander, that's rude. I know, right? Sometime later, the commander finds himself back at a familiar place. No tact. Are you sure this is the way? We've been by this door 3 times. This is how I remembered it. How could this be? Don't panic. Just think it through carefully. Okay. The commander steps are growing unsteady, causing Dandelion to sway on her back. Why don't we take a short break? We can't. We've got to get out immediately. We need to determine your physical condition, and the ammo is... Commander. Dandelion without her smog aura is just not Dandelion. I'm dummy thick. Bam. The commander topples over like a decrepit building and hits the floor. As the world spins out of control all around them, a pair of black leather shoes come into view and stop right to their face. Commander, you're such a gentle soul. You're so feeble yourself, but you're still so determined to take me with you. A hand strokes the commander's hair. You're a veteran that has lived through countless battles. Why are you still so naive? Who are you? You've been calling me Dandelion, haven't you? You're not Dandelion. The girl narrows her eyes mischievously and bends down. She leans in so close that the commander can see their own reflection in those eyes. The light brown irises call to mind a gentle but resolute figure. M4? However, the balefulness seeping through her features promptly dismisses any sense of familiarity. No, you're neither Dandelion nor M4. Who the hell are you? The girl looks slightly taken aback, but then her lips curl into a small smile, and she backs up a few steps gracefully. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lunasia. Lunasia? Why are you here? Because Bill is calling out to me. Bill? The William that you've been looking for. Where is he? He's busy with more important things and hasn't got time for you right now. Screw this. The commander tries to get up, but their body is limp like a pile of mush. The nation watches on with an increasingly apparent amusement. But if you have anything to say to him, you can tell me. I'll relay the message when I feel like it. Why are you keeping me prisoner here? Why didn't you just kill me? Because I want you alive. The commander strains to peel themselves off the floor. Lunasia pushes them back down with a finger, all the while smiling. Remember, chat, you can't fix her. That's the thing, Pine. She doesn't need fixing. But how you live is entirely up to me. Lunasia takes the commander's hand and holds it against her cheek in an act of provocation. Don't you want to hit me? No. Huh? Why? I just tricked you. You are M4, as well as Dandelion. No, I am me. But you're not only you. She needs help! How astute of you. Lunasia stands up, and she drags the commander back into the room by their back collar. Lunasia pushes her tablet over to the commander. I am very satisfied with your performance just now. I had a great deal of fun. As a reward, I'll let you write 3 messages to call for help. I'll send them for you. The commander stares at her dubiously, but she just keeps on smiling serenely. I know what you're thinking. You have serious doubt that I will do as I promise. Of course I will. but the messages will be garbled, and whether they get sent out on time will depend on your future performance. You're like, oh. The commander flexes their wrist, then starts typing on the messages, out the messages on the tablet. What an obedient child. I think we're going to get along splendidly. In the presence of this being who feels both familiar and unfamiliar, the commander ponders to whom the message should be sent. Alright, so fun fact, this is actually a thing. You actually can write to 3 people. This actually is kind of fun. It kind of matters a little bit. It's not anything in game, but the people that you write to will actually reply back to you much later. Macchiato don't cook. Wait, you write to your dolls or your friends? Anyone who's on this list. So NPCs you can write to, SF you can write to, and the dolls. Even if they aren't dolls that you don't own, you can still write to them. They're all available. Now I don't know why you're right to her, right to Angelia, because you know she's like busy not being alive. K is still on the list, yeah. But yeah. No casual terrorism. So I'm still deciding on who to write to personally, but I did write to M82A1 because she's like one of my favorites. And in terms of side characters, she is my favorite. Or side dolls, I just say. She is my favorite. And I believe you actually can write to M4 as well. Let me see. She's on here. I'm pretty sure she is. Yeah, she'd be a 4-star, that's right. Yeah. I'll send you William soon. Well, the choices change the story. In terms of story, no. But you will get messages from them in another event. The fact she's flat. You know what? Everyone makes fun of her being flat, but she literally doesn't care about that. Now, the thing is that since there's so many dolls, the actual meta thing to do is to not write to the popular ones, because everyone else is going to get those messages. So if you want to get like a message from every doll and compile it into an archive, you want to collaborate with the community and try to basically send letters to every single doll and NPC. That way you can make an archive. But if you don't care about that, just write to your favorites. It won't affect the story, but it does. If you want to talk to your waifu, this is the best way to do it. Now, in terms of what you actually write down, it is you literally writing things down. You actually have to write a letter. And this is what I wrote because I'm a role player, so I didn't do any memes here. Is anyone working on compiling an archive? Not off the top of my head, no. There is like a Google Doc, I want to say, where they're compiling a list, but you can call that an archive, but they aren't actually trying to keep an archive. They just wanted to make a list of what they found. Basically, there's no big organization where people are sending their letters to a person to compile it. It's just one person going around trying to find stuff. How does dolls even write back? It's through the mail system. And another event, they will literally just mail you back. Really texting me data mined? Probably. But at least as far as I know, no one has data mined anything through the CN, through the Chinese game. No one translated anything yet, which is pretty weird because we've been doing that pretty normally so far. The wiki is super lackluster as far as story tab goes. Yeah. The wiki is very unorganized. Like there are some events that are very well detailed, and then there are other events that just are like dead. Send nudes. I'm pretty sure people have said that. Some poor intern. The greatest role player alive, the intern. Since she sees the future, yeah. I actually really like M82A1. I hope she does come back. Alright, next up. I think this is where we need to be. It might not be. Okay, yeah, it is. Alright, right. The commander is just about to press a send button, but the tablet is snatched away. Lunasia scrolls through the message casually, then stows the tablet away in her bag. How very touching. I can feel the anguish in every word. But whether I'll send it depends entirely on your behavior. Remember that you have lesser known dolls that has just yeah, I know. M82A1 is actually one of those dolls that just doesn't have a written section, even though she's like one of the more interesting ones. How are the dolls on the Elmo? I don't know. Bill might have blown them all up. I demand a meeting with William. I told you, Bill is busy. Is he in the Earl's custody? To those who don't know, that is Griffin. No clue. It could be AK-47. True. The commander slowly sits down on the mattress. When will you come to see me? Soon, or maybe never. You don't know the answer either. Lunasia sits down next to the commander with a chuckle. Wait, who's Bill? It's William. Bill is his real name. Well, his real name is Ballard. But he's called Bill for short. It's not the answer that I want. Then what do you want? The dust motes dancing in dim light seems to have frozen suddenly. Time slows down as the commander stares into Lunasia's eyes with bated breath, searching for their only hope. I want you to stay by my side, just like this. Keep out of all strife and just spend every day happily with me. Wouldn't that be nice? Or do you prefer a life of fighting and killing? Just Bob Paradeus. What the fuck? The commander takes a deep breath. Their eyes close for a moment, then open again, and then their face is as calm as a deep sea. I have always yearned for a peaceful life, but unfortunately, there are those in the blood and carnage still waiting for me to return. So I must leave Lunasia. Lunasia's face darkens, but she soon jumps to her feet and looks at the commander. You still don't understand. From now on, your life is in my hands. I decide how you get to live. Whoosh. All lights are extinguished in an instant. In the darkness, the commander feels himself being picked up, moved for some distance, and thrown into the backseat of a car. Still needs to rip and tear. Soon begins a bumpy journey into the unknown, shrouded in darkness. The goth girl that tied me in the basement? Yeah, basically. Whoosh. When the hood is finally pulled off the commander's head, they find themselves in another unfamiliar room. Where am I now? Take a guess. The commander can just make out the sound of youthful chorus coming from beyond the room, singing a melodious hymn that has the power to soothe the heart. We're in a church. Okay, this layout is not a church, but we'll go with it. Bingo! We're in Kaisertum St. Bartholomeus, or Bartholomeus. And they should say Yandere? Yes. Why have you brought me here? You love asking questions, don't you? You have countless questions. I mean, you don't do a good job answering them, so. This is the priest's office, obviously. Maybe. Many questions have no answers. I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it, so I did it. Lunasia walks over to the table, where several piping hot dishes are waiting. Does someone say yandere? She picks up a bottle of red wine and pours it into 2 wine glasses. Come and eat, Commander. The emptiness of the commander's stomach reminds them that it has been quite a long time since they last ingested any food. Is it to your taste? Yes. The commander eagerly shovels the food into their mouth, hardly paying any attention to Lunasia, who is sitting just across the table. You're such a tolerant person, Commander. A table filled with your least favorite dishes, and you're still eating with so much gusto. The commander freezes for a moment before resuming their chewing with a smile. What's so amusing? You remember my least favorite foods. It's enforced memory, isn't it? It doesn't matter whose memory it is. I know you like the back of my own hand. You think these are merely memory data from other beings, but they affect you and influence your decisions without you even realizing it. Clang. Lunasia slams her cutleries down on the table and rises to her feet. Full already? It would not be wise to make me angry. Her clear eyes narrow slightly, giving the impression of a mysterious and capricious cat that's basking in the sun. It was never my intention to make you angry. If possible, I'd like us to be friends. Lunasia storms out of the room. The commander can hear her angrily locking the door. So you do remember everything. Don't make me destroy you. The funny part is that we know for a fact you should never do that. Which is why the commander is willing to style on her like that. Now to find cutscene number 3. Wife. That's number 4. That's 10. That's 14. That's 6. That's 7. It's 11. 20. Oh, Rita already proved that. Yeah. 13. I don't know where it is. Where's cutscene number 3? There it is. Oh, one is all the way over here. A lot of people don't know who the fuck she is. At part 20. Yeah. There's so many cutscenes. And they're like triple the amount of what the cutscenes would be in Girls Frontline 2. Alright. In a slightly rundown metro station of the Altstadt of Frankfurt. Is the body of Dandelion in Girls Frontline 2 this body? It should be. There's a lot of issues with that though. So I guess the best way to put it is to be determined, because there's some logical inconsistencies that comes from this game going onto Girls Frontline 2. So according to the little blurb about Project Net, it's just going to be plonking T-dolls from other roles to fight like a Valkyrie. That's what I saw as well. I am not sure if she's actually pulling T-dolls from different world lines. It could just be using their data and manifesting her own versions of them. It's one of those two. Unlike the usual tiredness and indifference, the passengers waiting on the platform are all brooding with unease and anxiety. They gather right below the metro station display screen, watching the live broadcast intently. Welcome to the Midday News. We now bring you the latest updates on multiple serious traffic incidents that occurred this morning in the capital of Frankfurt. Also, one of the writers kind of messed with the story at the end in the final events. That's the narrative right now, yes. Obviously, we don't know for sure. It's not confirmed. What Yuzong have told us is that the checks and balances were not put in place. They had to fire their manager because the manager didn't check the final event, the writing of the final event, that is. That's what he's saying right now. Between 9 and 11 a.m., 3 major traffic accidents took place. One on the, I'm not saying that word, holy fuck. Bundy Autosbahn 661. 7 kilometers from the airport district, another from the junction of the Neo-Eisenberg, Eisenberg district on the A671, and a third near the airport garden on the Rahim district. Preliminary investigators suggest that icy road conditions caused vehicles to skid. So far, at least 9 people have been confirmed dead, with 17 others injured, and the death toll continues to rise. Due to the impact on the interim regulations for doll security, police and construction dolls responsible for on-site cleanup and traffic control have been unable to arrive at the scene, leading to severe traffic congestion. Frankfurt emergency medical dolls have also been completely suspended under the regulations, preventing timely medical assistance for those injured in the crashes. Tragically, among the victims was a pregnant woman on her way to a clinic for delivery. Due to the delay in receiving critical medical care, both the mother and her unborn child have lost their lives. By the way, I think the least insane thing, that's the least insane thing I see in this story. So, my ongoing theory as to why they're doing this multiple timeline stuff, it's just so they can have ways to make more content. Because it is a really easy way to keep content going. So Girls Frontline 1 went Avengers. That's under the assumption that the Avengers pioneered the whole thing, which it didn't. But in terms of popularity, yeah, they kind of went Avengers. Yeah, S&T has done it for decades, yeah. In terms of games, I rather point towards S&T. outside of Children's Hospital of Main Station along Route S8 of the Frankfurt S-Bahn. But net was a fan game? No, it's not. That was a rumor that was made in order to stop suspicion, more or less, to stop people from looking into it. But Yuzong confirmed that Project Net is being made in-house. Protesters dressed in white coats from all corners of the city have gathered at this cluster of medical facilities that consist of several high-end private hospitals and nursing homes. No to restrictions on dolls. Restore basic medical care. Defend every citizen's right to seek medical treatment. Like hundreds of streams merging into a single river, the mighty procession, waving flags with the Red Cross symbol and holding banners, advance along the street with unstoppable force, blocking traffic wherever they go. They pass the Children's Hospital of Mainz, which is the same paralyzed state as most hospitals, and head straight for the adjacent building with luxurious architecture, the St. Mary's Sanatorium, which is the top luxury sanatorium in the country's famous for employing only human staff. What is Project Net? Project Net is another gacha game that they're making. That's a Girls Frontline IP, and it's going to be like Snowbreak. It's going to be a shooter game. And just judging by the gameplay from what I've seen, it looks exactly like Snowbreak. Mia, just drop me off here. Oh. You guys probably don't know about her, but she's actually important. So, this is I don't know how to say her name. Is either Nele or Nele. But she's a doctor slash scientist. She is a prodigy. Nele, maybe. I don't really know. when it comes to names and when it comes to names, I had to look them up ahead of time, but I didn't prepare for this. So we're gonna learn together on how to pronounce names. Nele? Yeah, probably Nele. But yeah, she's a scientist, very smart, and she's been through a lot of stuff already. She lost her teacher, and her teacher was actually part of Paradeus, and she didn't know about that. So now she's trying to clear her name because there's some fucked up stuff that happened with her teacher. Long story short, her teacher, I think her name was Gray. Her teacher was killed ahead of time, and she was replaced by a Nido. And that Nido masqueraded as her teacher for years. So now she is trying to clear her teacher's name. Oh, you just said that, yes. So even though she looks like a basic bitch, she's actually really important to the story. The road is completely blocked by the protesters ahead. Okay. Before you get off, I must ask you one last time. Are you sure you have to do this? You asked me the same question dozens of times. I thought it through, and I must seek justice for Professor Gray. That's bad. Yeah. The commander is the only one who can help me. But this person keeps refusing to see you and only sends their doll subordinate to deal with you. Can they really be trusted? Yeah, Mizuzan is great. According to the instructor, the commander is busy with something important right now and will see me when they're done. Call me distrustful, but I think she's only humoring you because she really needs your help. Oh, I know they wouldn't have come to me for help if they weren't truly desperate. With such stringent security regulations in place, there's no way for the T-dolls stuck outside the city to get in. There's no other way. I got to help them obtain a permit. If you know what you're doing, I'll shut up. Right. Where are the flowers for my cousin? I hope she still likes champagne roses. Forgot how famous Shiki-Khan was. Actually, he wasn't famous at all. This is all through stuff that they've done throughout the game. In Girls Frontline 2, he is basically famous. I feel like it's either a desperate attempt to finally tie how Girls Frontline ties into bakery, given... Probably. Because Code Bakery, at least from my note, I haven't played it yet, but from what I understand, Code Bakery basically lays down the foundation of how the entire world works. They kind of organize everything so that Girls Frontline and 1 and 2 can flourish. They're in the back seat. Your cousin has always doted on you. I'm sure she'll love whatever you get her. Alright, so I think I'm going to go with Nele. I think Nele makes the most sense to me. Nele picks up the bouquet lying in the back seat with a soft sigh. Now you make me feel guilty. Everyone in his family treats me like I don't exist, or they are only nice to my face, but make snide comments behind my back. Only my cousin has been genuinely kind to me. If I had a choice, I wouldn't get her involved in this. But right now, she's the only one in the family who is willing to help me. She will understand. I hope so. I really do want to play Reverse Collapse. It's just... I keep putting it off. Like, that's all I can really say. I can't really make an excuse other than that I keep putting it off. Nele removes her seatbelt and gets out of the car. The bustling crowd forces her to skirt around the demonstration and move slowly along the wall. Slogans are bellowed one after another, and pamphlets fall from the sky, landing in front of her from time to time. Directly above her, the exquisite carved glass windows remain tightly closed, arrogantly shutting out the commotion on the street. Equal rights to all. We need medical dolls. Equal rights to all. We need medical dolls. Equal rights to all. We need medical dolls. One street away from the sanatorium, the procession is blocked by police holding riot shields. Like a surging wave hitting a line of... what's that word? The loses. The two parties clash as their angry shouts overlap and resound through the sky. How many gacha games are you guys playing? I think I'm at 6 right now. I have 3 on rotation, but I play 3 on the side as well. No shouting around the hospital. Back off. Back off. They need their peace and quiet, but we need doctors. You back off and scram. Stop sucking up to the rich bastards. Thunk, bam. The protesters bash the riot shields angrily with their banner poles. Excuse me, please let me through. Miss, the sanatorium is temporarily closed to the public. Please take your leave. My cousin is a patient. I'm here to visit her. Please present your ID and visitation permit. Nele calmly pulls out a transparent dossier folder and produces all the paperwork needed. For me, I'm playing Girls Frontline 2, Girls Frontline 1, and Nikke. The side games that I have is Project Neural Cloud, Starseed, and shoot, what was the last one? Aether Gazer, that's what it was. Yeah, Aether Gazer. After inputting the information into the mobile terminal and confirming that Nele is who she claims to be, the police officer signals his colleagues behind him to make way for her. Please come through, miss. People have claimed that if you enjoyed Girls Frontline, you'll enjoy Nikke. I want to say yes right off the bat, but it really depends on how hardcore you are about Girls Frontline. Because as it stands right now, Nikke is not at the level of conspiracy shit that that Girls Frontline is at. But in terms of its concept, yes, I would say Nikke and Girls Frontline are so similar that I don't see any reason why you wouldn't like Nikke, at least at the very beginning. Yeah, that's basically what Longtran said, and Nub said as well. Ghost Frontline just has more years to show how crazy it can be. Nikke is starting to get there, but not too much. And that could be either a good or bad thing, depending on what you want. The vertical window reading? Do you play on PC? Because it's horizontal there. Thank you. Arknights. I actually wanted to try Arknights. I heard the story there is super in depth there too. I will say if you played Nikke at launch, I heard it was awful. But I think like 90% of the players agree that they turned it around very fast. Because I came in at like month 6, and Nikke's been fantastic in terms of his story. I like the gameplay too, but I know people have disagreements about the gameplay, and I had to go like in super in-depth reason as to explain why the gameplay is actually good in Nikke. But in terms of story, most people agree that Nikke's highlight is the story, just like how Girls Frontline is. The Yusong X-Friend game. The boisterous protests are now behind her, but she can't help but look back. Also, all that booty, yeah. Definitely a butt game. Miss Mayer, your visitor, Miss Cornelia Schaefer, has arrived. The nurse leading the way pushes a button, and the perfectly spotless door slowly glides open. A pleasant breeze blows in her face. Bright sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows in every corner of the ward, dazzling Nele for a moment. The gramophone in the corner is playing Schumann's what's that word? Tremuri, softly, and the air is filled with the fragrance of natural fruits. Nele! Mayor, congratulations on your baby. I'm so glad you're both safe. Also, poor Marion, yeah. That's like the thing. Like, if you feel nothing for Marion and Nikke, then you probably hate the story. I'll put it that way. But if you're hit hard with the Marion thing, then you're probably gonna love the story. It's not easy for a blind man like me. Oof. You have no soul. It's been so long. I miss you to death. Seeing that her cousin fully intends to climb off the bed, Nele immediately rushes over to embrace her. For Christ's sakes, please stay in your bed for your own good. Alright, I got a bit too excited there. Who's married again? She shows up, like, literally at the beginning of the game. Like, very beginning. I haven't seen you since your graduation. It wasn't that long ago. Nele pulls a chair towards her cousin's bed and sits down. Tell me, how have you been since giving birth? Feeling okay? I'm perfectly fine. You, on the other hand, have lost so much weight. And look at that face, all pale and gaunt. I guess I have been sleeping well lately. Because of what happened with Galatea? Ugh, I've been really paranoid these days. I just can't shake the feeling that someone wants to do me in whenever I'm out and about. It's good to be on your guard. It's chaos everywhere these days. Didn't a doll murder someone a few days ago? It's all over the news. It really freaked me out, but thankfully all the dolls at home passed the screening. Yeah, people are all terrified. Who wouldn't want a few extra bodyguards watching their back? Did your doll pass the screening? Mia did, but the others ran into some trouble with the paperwork. That won't do. Where have they send them off to? I'll get the permits. They're at the temporary camp on the outskirts of the Offenbach. Offenbach? Yeah. Offenbach district. There are 8 of them altogether. Nele is feeling more at ease now that the matter with the Griffin dolls is sorted. I'm glad you're finally hiring more staff to take care of you, Nele. You have no idea how scary Galatea is. Ever since I escaped from the fire, I've been having nightmares every single night. Murder puppy. Yeah. When you say murder puppy, you mean banana, right? Oh, don't even get started on Galatea. Mayor takes Nele's hand with a deep, angry frown. This Professor Gray that you went on and on about turned out to be a monstrous murderer. And now you got implicated in the whole mess. It's such a pity. You're the most studious kid at home. If it hadn't been for her, your career would have been limitless. Very violent, but that's enough, Mayor. Nele resists the urge to scream and squeezes her cousin's hand. It's more important to look forward, isn't it? You're absolutely right. So what are your plans? I'm still looking for a job and going to interviews. But the Galatea incident was such a huge scandal. As soon as a potential employer sees the name on my resume, I can't be much help when it comes to getting you a job. Have you tried contacting grandfather? I haven't seen him in years since my mom died. He's always looked down on my family anyway. Grandfather may have a sharp tongue, but he's been keeping an eye on you the whole time. As you know, none of your cousins have the brains for studying. Grandfather had to make donations to fund several buildings for the universities to take us in. Only you managed to get in all by yourself, and with a scholarship to boot. Wow, so your whole family are dumbasses, apparently. Go and visit him when you have the time. He's pretty lonely at the sanatorium in the White House, so I'm sure he'll agree to see you. point is, out of the AR team stands Lunasia. I really like our own soft mod. I like all of them. Obviously, my favorite is M4. But if you take out M4, it's really hard for me to pick a favorite after M4 because they're all like 9s in terms of like their entire character. In terms of who I would get along with the most is probably RO. But that's also because I'm just a huge fucking nerd. And she is too, so... Ask to see him, sweet talk him a bit, and he may be able to arrange a job for you. The White Zone? Oh right, you never been. Then it's perfect. Take the trip to pay grandfather a visit and spend some time there for a change of scenery. Alright, Mom did ask me to visit him every now and then before she died. I guess it's time I kept my promise. One more thing. Mayor looks Nele carefully up and down. Nele squirms uncomfortably under her gaze. What's wrong, Mayor? Nele, you haven't dated anyone ever, have you? Well, I'm not interested in that kind of thing. At your age, you really should be settling down a nice man and starting your own family. What if I introduce some of them to you tomorrow? I've recently met a professor at the University of Heidelberg. The post-grad's working for him. Wait, have you forgotten the fact that you literally just gave birth? You should be focusing on your own health and your little one. My love life is hardly urgent, so just wait until you're fully recovered and discharged from the hospital. And how long is that going to take? Oh, right. I can't go myself, but I can get my friend to help out. There's really no need for that, Mayor. This, you can totally count on me. Go see my friend tomorrow. We're pretty close. She used to be a movie star and is now married to the Minister of Health, a man promoted by my grandfather. Which works out perfectly because she can arrange a meeting for grandfather for you. Mayor rummages through her handbag and shoves a card into Nele's hand. Miss Hebe. Do people still use paper business cards like this these days? Ever heard of Hebe? She's a super famous actress. During the craze of remakes of the old classics, she was the most sought out after female lead. Or having a blank base layer. Oh yeah. Yeah, the don't worry, Jaeger coming home. Well, fuck Jaeger, dude. Yeah, fuck Jaeger. I like Jaeger, but fuck Jaeger. She is such a retro belle, and she does actually look like she's just stepped out of an old movie. She loves all things vintage and retro. Mayor, I'm sure she's got better things to do. Why bother her over something so trivial? Jaeger's fishy. Don't you fret, I'll also return the favor in the future. There's always something interesting about crack pairings. I know why people do them because it's a good way to mental gymnastics your way into making it work. So I get the appeal of it, but nah. there's no way you can make that work without making it completely negative to me. Besides, the Ministry of Health has hired a lot of young college graduates with whom you should have plenty to talk about. Oh, I just didn't read that part. Hold on. I'll ask her to keep an eye out for any boyfriend material. Nele sighs quietly to herself, but immediately plasters on a sweet, obliging smile. I love my abusive relationships. Like, hey, if that is your thing to write about, No problem. I just probably won't read them. That's all I'm gonna say. Alright then. I really don't know how to thank you, Mayor. Don't be such a stranger. Nele hugs her cousin tightly. The joy of achieving her aim and the guilt of using her cousin are both evident on her face. Commander, I completed the first step of our plan. Will you really keep your promise and come see me? Clatter. At around dusk, Lunasia finally returns to the room. Have you missed me, Commander? The Commander opens their bleary eyes. They clearly have not slept very well, with their wrists and ankles still shackled. Am I being moved again? Not yet. Lunasia removes the Commander's restraints. It's only really by hair color. Not much else difference, besides the skin complexion. Aren't you worried that I might run for it? The Kazerdom is on a busy street. Not at all. Bill has placed a bomb on my chest. It'll go off if you stray over 50 meters away from me. Besides, everyone knows that the commander will never leave their companion behind and run off on their own. The commander shakes out of their numb limbs and pours themselves a glass of wine at the table. They should win. Commander, do you go to church? What do you think? I have no memory of you being religious. I don't believe in God, alright? Why? Because every time I find myself in a desperate situation, there's always myself and my dolls to get me out of it. Where was God when I needed him? If he actually existed, why did he put me through all of this dark ordeal? But you are sitting here and drinking wine because of divine will. Out of countless threads of life, the fates have seized yours, spun it longer and longer, and that's how you managed to come all this way. Can't you feel it? They are watching you with mercy even now. The commander catches their own reflection in Lunasia's eyes, as they slowly sip their wine. I can tell from your eyes that you're feeling nostalgic about something. The way you talked reminded me of Dandelion. I kept teasing her for being a windbag, but now I actually kind of miss it. The commander puts down their glass and looks at the girl somberly. Lunasia, let's try to escape together. Why should I escape? Why are you here? Because Bill put me in charge here. Tell me, why should I escape? Because you're not the older sister that William wants. Lunasia's eyes darken again. If you were, you wouldn't be here. William went to all that trouble to revive his sister. Why would he leave her here all by herself? I just had to get certain parts of me removed, and Bill will want to see me again, like he used to. If it were so easy, it would have been done long ago, no? Unfortunately, while you are Lunasia, you're also Dandelion and M4. The M4 who made me a promise. They would never agree to be excised so easily. Shut up! Whoosh. The world is once again plunged into darkness. The commander chuckles humorously to themselves as they embark on yet another journey into the unknown. Clatter. Nele opens the door to the hotel room, and Mia immediately comes up to greet her. I'm back. How'd it go, Nele? Crazy really does run in the family. It does. Mayor got all the permits sorted. I can't imagine the real Lunasia being okay with what William did to revive her. You'd be surprised. The least compelled person in all this. Yeah, he really is. Here, hand him over on to the instructor later. Okay. Mia takes the permits and puts them away carefully. You don't look very happy. Mayor also told me to visit my grandfather in the White Zone. She thinks he can give me a job or something. Mr. Vought is a bit harsh on you, but I think he will refuse you to... I don't think he will refuse to do you a favor. I'm not going there to beg him for a favor. I'm just paying him a visit out of respect for my mom's dying wish. Yeah. So, what's troubling you? Mira asked me to visit her friend before going to see my grandfather tomorrow. She's very eager to play matchmaker and arrange some kind of blind dates for me. Why are you laughing? I thought something happy. What a weird sound effect to use for that. Nele slumps listlessly on the sofa. I wanted to turn her down, but I felt bad for using her to get Commander's doll in the city. Since you already agreed, you should at least go and meet this friend of hers. You can always cancel the blind dates later on with some excuse. Right. Nele kicks off her flip-flops. When I was little, I hated all my relatives except Mayor. They're all such phonies. They would only show superficial concern for you if they wanted to take advantage of you. And now I feel like I've become the kind of person that I most despise. 404 is definitely not cheap. Unfortunately for us, we don't know how much 404 is actually paying. No, Nele, you haven't. Using others is like second nature to people like that, while it is a last resort for you. When it's all over, I have to apologize to Mayor properly. By the way, any news from the instructor? No, they're all stuck outside the city because of the security regulations. You better hurry and get the permits over to them. Sure. But I still stand by my opinion. It's dangerous to get involved with them. I know, but I still want to do what I think is right. I can't let Professor Gray die in such a disgrace. Mia, only the commander can help me. Mia sighs helplessly as she packs her bag for the journey. That's a ban for hitting up our wives, more or less, yeah. I'm going to see the instructor. Remember to ask about the commander. I will. Now get some rest. You have 2 tough battles to fight tomorrow. Tell me about it. After Mia leaves the hotel room, Nele shuffles sullenly into the bathroom. Oh, by the way, for those who don't know, when they say instructor, they're talking about AR-18. She's a doll military instructor. I'm looking for a number 4, right? I think it's 4. I think 4 is over here. Yeah, here it is. A few days ago, on the outskirts of Offenbach district in Frankfurt. What's the holdup? It's time to change shifts. Has the instructor come out at all during your shift yesterday? No? Why? That's 3 days. For 3 whole days, she's been inside the safe house. That's not a good sign. This is MG338. I have a report for AR-18. Wasn't AR-18 made by the human guy? Yes. Bertha routinely sweeps the visitor from head to toe with as quickly as she can. You're good. The petite figure gives Hertha a silent nod before disappearing through the door into the safe house. In the evening, inside the temporary safe house. Machine gun potato. The stuffy air hangs heavy in the room. It is obvious that the windows haven't been open for several days. The funny part about Lenny is that she's one of the best machine gunners in the game. Lenny walks up to AR-18, who is hard at work. While going through the work that the commander has left behind, I came across several messages in their personal mailbox. Avoid the ones that... Yeah, you need to avoid a lot of those in their mailbox. It gets kind of horny in there. The sender's name is Cornelia Schaefer. She wrote to request the commander's assistance in investigating Professor Gray, who was affiliated with the Galatea Corporation before her death. She seemed to have knowledge of certain matters concerning Paradeus. What do you think? She is the employer of Mia, a former colleague of mine. If you are concerned about whose side she's on, I once helped her evade a Paradeus pursuit while in Berlin. So you think she can be trusted? In my opinion, even though she hails from a wealthy and prominent family, she can be depended upon. In fact, I go as far as to say she is on the same path as Commander. Hails from a wealthy and prominent family? Yes, she is the granddaughter of the Ministry of Health. We need an influential human to help us get into Frankfurt. Are you implying we should ask in favor of Miss Schaefer? If there's any possibilities that it may work, I'll give it a try. I understand. I will contact Mia immediately. Also, keep the commander's disappearance a secret from her for now. Yes, ma'am. At present, on the outskirts of the Offenbach district, Frankfurt. With the core mass, I got AR-18. I don't regret it because my teams are already really good. In fact, when I did this event, I did it all in like under 2 hours. So it didn't matter how good she was, which is good because she's actually really bad in the game. So AR-18 is basically a trophy wife. Hertha is startled by the sudden rustling of leaves while she is standing guard. Who's there? Relax, it's me. Miss Mia, how come you never make a sound when you move? Being quiet and unobtrusive is one of the basic qualities of a bodyguard. Is the instructor here? I'll come with new intel. Come on in. Those politicians who banned us from dolls. The UNNC. Basically, a bunch of politicians, yeah. AR-18 puts down what she is doing when she sees Mia coming in. Any message from Miss Nele? These are your permits. Memorize all the details of your covered identities written on them. They may question you at the security screening. AR-18 takes the permits, and her stern face softens ever so slightly. Please convey our gratitude to Miss Nele. She has certainly done us a huge favor. If you want to thank her, get the commander to her in person. Or get the commander to do it in person. Sure. Mia glances around the room and suddenly takes note of the details she sees. Any questions, Miss Mia? The commander isn't busy. They're trapped somewhere, aren't they? There are no obvious signs of human activity in the safe house. Besides, if the commander were not incapacitated, he wouldn't have come to Nele for help with the permits. As I've already explained to Miss Nele, the commander is doing their utmost best to resolve a certain matter, but they have run into some obstacles. Once the commander completes their mission, they will be more than happy to treat with Miss Nele. So, where is the commander dealing with all this important matter? In the Wiesbaden district. If you're referring to the restricted area within the Wiesbaden district, you can just say the White Zone. I was not aware this kind of information is public knowledge in Germany. Even ordinary citizens can go visit the government office as long as they have an appointment. I see. In that case, it would also be a walk in the park for Miss Nele to travel into the White Zone, wouldn't it? You know Nele won't say no to your request. If it's at all possible, could you ask Miss Nele to take note of the terrain and geography within the White Zone for us? To be honest, this is what the commander has been trying to achieve clandestinely. That's state secret. Are you asking Nele to commit treason? We would never put Miss Nele into that kind of position. I swear to you on the commander's honor. Nele will be meeting Mr. Vonk in the White Zone tomorrow afternoon. I hope you'll hold up your end of the bargain. That's the funny part about the government's long trend. There's no government that's perfect. All of them have advantages and disadvantages to supporting them. It's more about picking the best one. That's one of the big reasons why I actually really like Girls Frontline's world building. There's no obviously good person or obviously bad organization, besides Paradeus, of course. AR-18 convenes an emergency operation meeting. The assembled dolls line up neatly and gather in the cramped interior of the safe house. Best of the worst, yeah. AR-18 stands across from them, a simple disc, and scans everyone's faces. We are set to enter Frankfurt. WR. I will now give instructions on how we are going to proceed. Would all team leaders present promptly relay the information to their teams? Yes, ma'am. First of all, we'll be entering Frankfurt with Miss Nele's help. Her bodyguard, Miss Mia, will be driving us into the city, and we'll be declared as Miss Nele's newly hired bodyguard dolls. Considering the latest intel we have on traffic restrictions in Frankfurt, I believe those who come along this time must meet at least the following criteria. 1. They must have experience in carrying out prolonged covert operations in an urban setting. And 2. They must excel at electronic warfare and masking their signals to conduct infiltrations. I think I heard our names being called. Yes, Squad 404. I need all of you to aid us on the electronic warfare front in this operation. No problem. I'll build a commander for it. Also, Cross and Herta. Yes, ma'am. The 6 of you will be coming with me to Frankfurt. RO, while I'm away, please keep this place running. Understood. I feel a bit useless for not being able to help you. The air team sustained severe damage in the previous operation and are still recovering. Even you haven't been fully repaired yourself. Please don't worry about anything else until you get yourself patched up. Alright. Once I leave, you and AR-15 will be in charge of this safe house and our other outposts in the area. Please keep all remaining dolls safe and await further instructions. We're getting money for 404. Yes. Roger that. Carl waiting at home. 416 picks up the permits from the desk and checks them one by one. What should we do with these permits that Miss Nele has delivered to us? The information on them doesn't really match up. That's true. Although the paperwork has been taken care of, we still have to stay out of sight as much as possible. Understandable. In the most ideal scenario, we won't have to go through any man checkpoints and are granted access after a simple document verification. I see. So Squad 404 would have our work cut out for us from the moment we get in. I'll leave that in your good hands. ID signal masking and modification is your forte after all. And your forte must be bossing people around. Now, let's figure out how we can speed run the securities checks in Frankfurt. I don't think it says speed run in the Chinese version. I think that's a bit of a liberty in localization. Late at night, outside Frankfurt, a van full of dolls follow the congested traffic and move slowly on the brightly lit Autobahn, grinding to a stop regularly before starting up again. With a hand poised on the car horn, Mia looks around restlessly. Now I calm down 416, yeah. Yeah, she's chill now. For now. We'll see what happens in Girls Frontline too. Aren't there supposed to be traffic restrictions all over Frankfurt? Why are there so many cars waiting in line to get in at this late hour? Looking at the license plate, there are even cars coming from Munich and Lubeck. Why come all the way here at a time like this? People are probably unnerved by the terrorist attacks in Berlin and Frankfurt. The series of explosions in Berlin from a few months ago still haven't been fully investigated. And there was another explosion in Frankfurt on Halloween, and now a doll has apparently committed murder, quote unquote. People all over Germany are in a panic. But shouldn't they be avoiding Berlin and Frankfurt? In the eyes of ordinary citizens, the stricter the restrictions, the safer they think it is. Yeah, that makes sense. Right now, Frankfurt's crackdown on dolls is probably the toughest in the entire country. Enough chit-chat. 416 stares at the multiple dots moving uniformly on the screen. 45. Several Jones have locked onto us. Keep calm. Don't do anything that would draw suspicion. Both AR-18 and Mia glance ahead. Several drones lined up in a single row are overlooking and scanning the vehicles entering the city from midair. It seems to be a routine check. We haven't attracted any particular attention. Just to be safe, we should still wipe ourselves from the system after getting through. Right, but I've already let the back door. Our permits and forged IDs have been uploaded. All green on the back end. No problem whatsoever. Looks like we have passed the first check then. All the dolls in the van breathe a small sigh of relief. They got their guns still all in the bag or something? I think this is one of those don't think about it too much type of things. But yeah, they probably are in like some sort of bag. Or maybe it's in their frames. Like how Sabrina does it, although Sabrina's kind of special. But possibly, I don't know. You suddenly become so mature and dependable, 416. Are you in a lot of debt or something? Why are you always talking smack to me? I was just expressing my concern for you. Your concern is hard to stomach. My financial situation is perfectly fine, thank you very much. How nice. 416 is such a reassuring presence now. 45. Is this what being a veteran truly means? Woman says his finger keeps dancing across the keyboard, but her frown betrays her exasperation. Air 18, can you order them to shut up? It's probably a good idea to keep quiet for now. Roger that. Okie dokie. UMP-45 smiles to herself and looks out the window. Amidst the silence, a small drone suddenly whizzes down to scan the van. We're now in the queue waiting to get through the checkpoint. Attention, switch to the closed circuit comms channel and deactivate all external contact signals. Pay attention to your facial expressions and movements. Don't blow your cover. Acknowledged. Understood. 416 needs to calm down. Honestly, she did a pretty good job there. Compared to her past, where she would she would have eventually cussed them out at some point in the past. So what she did now was pretty good. The van is silent once again. In the small enclosed space with only the dull roar of the engine, it slowly carries the dolls towards the brightly lit night in Frankfurt. Okay, where's number 5? Number 5. Not there. That's 6. That's 7. 11. Is it next to 4? That's not it. Okay, that's right. This is a boss fight or a map. So I jumped to 6. Yeah. What exactly is the Ogus? Oh, that is a discussion. That is a talk, and I would love to talk about it and answer that. But since it's such a long talk, I'll keep it super brief. Ogus is a relic, and that relic also has it's a computer relic. And a piece of that, not really a piece, but let's say a fragment or a derivative of Ogus is inside a lot of dolls that look like Lunasia. Is Cortex still a thing? Yes. And M4 is the perfect host for that. So Dandelion was originally an Ogus, but she grew to be her own thing. And she got her own body. So Dandelion was originally an Ogus, but now she is her own person, her own individual. Mainly because Lunasia M4 also has her own soul. I don't know how that works. Just go with it. They just said it happened, so let's just say it just happened. But all of the other derivatives of Ogus, they got pulled into the collective, which is within Dandelion. So, long story short, Ogus is a relic supercomputer that happens to be now in a hot girl named Dandelion. If it sounds confusing, yes, it is confusing. You really need to know the details in order to understand it. Frankfurt District, Frankfurt. At 1:30 a.m., a van driving along a dark slip road merges slowly into the westbound Autobahn 66. As soon as the bulky vehicle breaks free from the chaotic and congested traffic gridlock in the city, it starts speeding on the flat and empty highway. Bright street lights rigged with the speed cameras whiz past the roof of the van. Mia opens the window and lets the clear, chilly air rush into the van. It is filled with the sweet fragrance of the local flora. We're out of their surveillance range. Our comms should be free from monitoring and interference. Mia, we can now establish contact with Miss Nele. Right. Nele, you there? I'm here. Did you make it into the city okay? We passed the checkpoint without arousing any suspicion. We're now en route to our destination. I see. I'm glad it went smoothly. Miss Instructor, I solved your problem. So when do I get to meet the commander? The commander will definitely arrange a meeting with you first thing once this is over. I promise. Oh, the parapluie virus. That's another hour there. Get some rest, Nele. It's already morning. You still need to visit your grandfather this afternoon. Yeah, I know. Inside her hotel room, Nele is sitting at the desk with her head propped on her hand. On the bed behind her lie a few pieces of clothing her cousin has prepared for her for tomorrow, but she is not in the mood to try them on. Why is the commander avoiding me? Don't overthink it. Griffin is currently dealing with some very tricky issues. The instructor hasn't told you about them because she doesn't want you to get involved. Fine, I won't pry. Is everything all set for tomorrow? Has Miss Hebe confirmed everything with you? Some very sticky issues, too. All set. At 8 in the morning, I'll meet Miss Hebe and have breakfast with her. Then she'll give me some pointers regarding my appearance. At 2 in the afternoon, my grandfather's chauffeur will come pick me up at Miss Hebe's house. How do you feel about your interactions with Miss Hebe? What do you make of her? Then he pulls out a business card sandwiched between the pages of her notebook. It's printed on an unusual cream cardstock with understated gold foil on the edge. The card is embossed, I don't know, with Hebe's signature and the sketch of a beautiful woman's portrait. Profile. The only information it contains is Hebe's name and the contact details of her assistant. I still haven't met her in person, but according to my cousin, Miss Hebe is a very charming retro belle. From what I know, Miss Hebe has a good reputation within the entertainment circle and still keeps in touch with her old friends even after getting married and leaving the showbiz. You know, I've never seen any other woman who didn't attract gossip for keeping her own name after marrying some bigwig government official. You know what I'm getting at? Women usually take their husband's surname after getting married, but she still goes by Miss Hebe. So, this is highly unconventional for female stars. Other than her, I have not seen another case. They go to show that something unusual about her, so you'd better watch out. Right, I'll be careful. Also, everything that Longtread has said is pretty much correct. Yes, it's all correct. After Mia terminates the call, 416 disables the network connection on the vehicle. We may have left the surveillance range, but to be safe, we should go dark before we reach our destination. Yeah. Hey, a drink real quick. Agreed. Miss Mia, please exit at the next junction. Are we leaving the Autobahn so soon? Yes, we need to make certain that we aren't being followed. From the various checks I've done, I don't believe anyone has their eyes on us at the moment. But since we can't be sure what they're actually capable of, please work with us here. I understand. Following 416 instruction, Mia exits the Autobahn at the next junction. 2:15 a.m. in a parking lot near the cemetery of Frankfurt District, Frankfurt. Okay, we're now 100% sure that nobody's tracking our movement. So can we now carry on with our pre-planned route? No. Everybody get out the van. What? We're switching vehicles before we set off again. Our backup vehicle is in Bay A052. Everybody clean up all traces of the vehicle and disembark. You actually prepared so far ahead. We couldn't even make it into Frankfurt. How did you arrange for a backup vehicle to be parked here? We have our ways. Just trust them on us. Nobody is more skilled at shaking off pursuit than 404. Mia gets out the van, not quite sure how to feel. (2:15 a.m. Frankfurt District, Frankfurt. A nondescript van skillfully avoids the closely monitored main roads. Once certain it is not being followed, it stops circling around and slips into a concealed alleyway. At last, it pulls up steadily just outside an underground music bar. We're here. We're getting off, G11. The dolls emerge from the vehicle. After making sure they haven't left anything behind, AR-18 walks over to the driver's window. Thank you very much, Miss Mia. Don't mention it, as long as you hold up your end of the bargain with Nele. Understood. With all the dolls out of the van, it promptly drives away and soon disappears into the night. The dolls walk down the stairs and stop at the door of the closed bar. Why is it closed? AR-18, have you agreed on the code phrase with them? Yes. AR-18 walks up to the door and knocks. Hello? Hello? I would like to speak with you. Who are you? Red, a sky that is all red. Have you another name? Alright, thatch stream. In the grass, with pieces of coal. The voice behind the door falls silent. After a moment, the door to the bar opens, and a black screen is pushed aside. Please come in. RO never got infected because she was extremely careful. That's what they said in writing. That she's been really careful with interacting with alien equipment, and so which is how she avoided getting infected. AR-18 nods at the dolls behind her and leads the way into the darkness. The dolls go down a rusty staircase, their disorderly footsteps echoing through the spacious underground interior. Wow, you'd never be able to tell just from the outside. I certainly wasn't expecting the level of security in this place. This is a private property that Dr. Hume, is it Hume or Hume? I never know, but I'm pretty sure it's Hume, that Dr. Hume purchased before his death. External signals have a hard time penetrating the complex underground structure, so it should keep you safe for the time being. Thank you for arranging this, Miss Stevens, in 520. She's a prototype of Gen 3, yes. We meet at last. The girl looks up. She is sitting at the bar counter, sipping a cup of tea, which seems rather incongruous with her surroundings. Now that you're all here, we can finally get down to business. Though, if you'd like to make some pointless small talk first, I don't mind waiting extra 5 minutes. Seeing that you're all already 2 hours late. I don't think anyone here would find that necessary. Let's just get cracking. M16 drains her glass of whiskey. Then she rises to her feet and walks over to join the group. You took almost double the time it should have taken to get here. Did something happen on the way? No. We just took a few detours for safety reasons. A necessary measure, I'm sure, as long as you didn't attract any unwanted attention. That's correct. RO is considered much stronger than the Gen 3 dolls that are currently in Girls Frontline 2. At least according to Dandelion. UNP-45 toots in feigned surprise. Never thought I'd see the day when you two would have such a civil conversation with each other. Right, since we're all here, let's start the meeting. Huh? But the fly hasn't arrived yet. They're here. Stevens replies with a slight frown of distaste. Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't ruin the surprise. AK-12 deactivates her cloak. 3 pale-haired figures materialize on top of the table in the center of the room. All members of Task Force Defy are present. Good evening, ladies. Before we start, get the hell off that table. That's a piece of antique that Dr. Hume collection made a single piece of Podak wood. Whatever you say. On top of the table. Yeah, no, she's still eccentric. The Defy dolls also join the others and take their seats. Now the meeting can finally begin in earnest. Let's start by discussing how we'll carry out the operation. It's been 8 whole days since the commander went missing. All the intelligence we gathered during this time points to the fact that Paradeus was involved in the commander's disappearance. According to information supplied by Defy, all Paradeus intelligence is processed through the Bee Sting system. If we hack it, we will be able to find leads about the commander's whereabouts. Yes, we already have the approximate coordination of the Bee Sting system server. It's under the main. Squad 404, you'll be in charge of attacking the Bee Sting system with support from Cross and Hertha. Sure. I can also provide aid if necessary. After all, I'm very curious what kind of spell this commander had on that dork. The reference she's calling, the person she's calling a dork should be Irma, I'm pretty sure. Then you have command over Cross and Hertha. There has been an increase in Paradeus activities since traffic restrictions were put in place in Frankfurt. I suspect they're up to something again. This is precisely what I need Defy to do, to investigate Paradeus' intentions. Just investigate? Who the hell is Nadia? So Nadia is easy. Nadia is just Shaw's AI. That is your objective. How you achieve it is entirely up to you. Just what I want to hear. Your actions will also serve as a distraction to draw Paradeus' attention away from 404, but please don't go overboard. Just to expand on that answer a little bit, Shaw's AI, which is Nadia, is the AI that was injected into RPK-16 and Yeah, she's basically the reason why she did the thing she did. Now there was a backup version of Nadia, um, and she was to be activated once RPK died. That way Nadia could live on. But AK-12 deleted her out of spite and anger. As the murder discussion continues in the basement, 416 takes note of the minute shift in M16's expressions. Everyone present has given a task, except for a certain someone who hasn't said a word so far. The edge in 416's words do not go unnoticed. All the dolls, including AR-18, directs their gaze at M16. See? This is what I've been waiting for. 45, don't stoke the fire. I meant no offense. I simply think that since we're all working together to rescue the commander, we should share everything we know. Squad 404 is offering our tech. Defy has also supplied all their intelligence they have gathered in recent days. So perhaps you also have something to contribute, M16. M16 pours herself another whiskey as she meets 416's pointed gaze with an unflappable smile. It was Lunasia who removed the commander and William from the Elmo. Then the question is, where are they now? Frankfurt, in the White Zone. The White Zone? A place mentioned in local urban legends where there is absolutely zero contamination, prepared just for those in power. What's the source of your information? That's all I can say about the White Zone and the commander's whereabouts. I am now officially an employee at StateSec, so there's a lot of things in which I can't overtly get involved. Regarding your upcoming operation, I'll only have one request. Determine the commander's exact coordinates within the White Zone. I can handle the rest. Trust me, bro. she basically did say that. Understood. That is precisely what we wish to achieve. Say, why don't we harvest some honey before cutting down the hive? It would be much easier to eradicate the hive and vermin when we have better tools, no? That's not a bad idea. What do you think? I have no objection. We could locate Paradeus' remaining bases in operation. All the better. We will do our best. That concludes the preliminary division of labor for the operation, which will henceforth be known as Operation Adrastea. If we are all agreed, we will proceed to the next item on the agenda. The specifics of Operation Adrastea. Yeah, M16 is with StateSec now. I think she still is in Girls Frontline too. I'll make sure that I'm doing the right one. We did this one. Yeah. 7 now. St. Mary's Sanatorium, Main District, Frankfurt. With the nurse showing the way, a woman holding a bouquet of flowers enters the room with a smile. You look positively radiant. Even after just giving birth, you have no idea how jealous I am. And you are refreshing of a presence as ever, Miss Hebe. Hebe walks up to the side of the bed gracefully and takes Mayor's hand. How she became StateSec? I don't think they ever explained that. At least from everything I've read, I do not believe they explained that. She's just kind of there. It might have happened in the previous chapters, like somewhere in chapter 14. And that's the area I'm weakest at right now. Because I've only read through it once, and that was when I was learning about the story in the first place. So when I'm doing the summary series, I do like a whole dissection, and I read everything with all the context in mind. When I did a first read through, it was very hard to yeah, it was very hard to understand everything. Yeah, 14 is slow shock. I meant like 13.99 and 13.75 and all that stuff. She used too much makeup. I think she's just really pale. You lost weight. Have you been eating properly these last few days? Is the curry not to your taste? I remember you liked the food from. Oh, stop fretting over me. I'm perfectly fine. I suppose you're worried about your little cousin. Yeah. I feel sorry for her. She's such a good kid and did really well in school. She only ended up going down the wrong path because she was deceived when she was freshly graduated. I would have come to you for help otherwise. By Professor Gray, you mean? I remember she was all over the news a few years ago. She seemed like a professional woman of substance. Who could have known she was actually doing something so heinous in secret? Was Nele ever talked about her? Has Nele ever talked about her? Yeah, the commander loves coffee. We once had a chat where she mentioned how close they were, and it was this Professor Gray who got her to work with Galatea. But since the scandal was publicized, she never brought it up again. I wouldn't be surprised if she come to resent this Professor Gray. Is that so? Yeah, every time I bring up the woman, she'll grimace, then promptly change the subject. I see. I'd rather not talk about her either. If it hadn't been for her, Nele would have had a bright future. I understand how you feel. I have also been tricked by well-respected people back in the early days of my career. But you made it through. You starred in so many successful films, and now you're retired and have a happy family. How wonderful was that? If only Nele could also. Why can't she? Didn't you even manage to secure a meeting with Mr. Vonk for her? Anything is possible with just a nod from that man. I just hope their meeting will go ahead without a hitch. But enough of that. Any news about the list of candidates that I asked you to put together? Of course. I picked out a handful based on your requirements. Hebe turns on her tablet and starts showing several profiles to Mayor. These are all boys of good stock and education. I've also made inquiries about their character. They are all kind and well-mannered gentlemen. Oh, I knew I could count on you. Just focus on recuperating. I'll see Nele at 8, and I'll get her to look through the profiles. Thank you so much for the trouble. Once I'm discharged, I'll definitely treat you to. Hush now. Hebe quiets Mayor by holding up a long, slender finger. You know, I don't need anything like that. As long as you get to go home in perfect health, I'm more than happy to help you solve your problems. You really are the most considerate friend I have. Don't be such a stranger. So out of place. It does, yes. But they're doing it to introduce Hebe. And this is for a reason. Hebe definitely opens up the pastry she has brought along and cuts out a piece for Mayor. Now tell me about your little cousin's hobbies and interests. On the highway, Main District, Frankfurt. After departing from the sanatorium, the black limousine speeds steadily eastward to the Exporn district. Miss Hebe, Miss Nele has already set off. Oh god, that looks so fucking weird. It's like, guys, just draw the scene. You have the car right here. Just draw her in the car. It just looks so bad. Have the chauffeur take her around for a spin and only drop her off when I'm done here. Also, get someone to look into all the comms, mails, photos, and videos on her social media. Yes, ma'am. The organizers of next year's film festival have invited you to be an award presenter again. How should I respond? Standing in the car, yeah. They're asking half a year ahead? They must be really short on people. Tell them my schedule is still to be determined, and I'll be back to them. And I'll get back to them again in 3 months. Understood. And will you still be hosting the birthday meet and greet next month? Your fans have come to the office building and made a scene quite a few times. It's essential that we maintain our intelligence network. We'll do it at the same restaurant. Remember to get some friendly journalists to snap some photos from outside. I'll make the arrangements at once. A few women have also invited you to an afternoon tea, but they all on tier C in your system. Turn it down. Got it. Oh, while you're still at St. Mary's Sanatorium earlier, a woman named Lady White left you a message. You have not assigned her a tier, so I wasn't sure how to... What's the message? It reads, the departed butterfly has rewoven its cocoon, ready to be reborn again. Forgive my ignorance, but is this lyrics from some opera? Should I purchase a ticket for you? Hebe, who has been resting her eyes closed in the back seat, opens her eyes. No need. She's already got me one. Ah, yes, the butterfly. Like, it really feels like the word butterfly is just a trigger for all Girls Frontline 1 fans. Like, butterfly, where? What? In the cultivation chamber beneath the Paradeus factory, Exporn district, Frankfurt. Dozens of needles, some white, some black, some struggling, some apathetic, are bound and incarcerated within rows of transparent water tanks. Nimron stands before the tanks and watches as Ashley inspects each of them in turn and records their data. Sister Nimron, I have already compiled all the data and generated a report. Should we wait until she arrives before we start, or stick in this game? Yeah, they use butterfly a lot. She's already here. Ashley has always prided herself on being perceptive, but she did not notice anyone approach. You've actually kept the same assistant around for so long. A slender arm wraps around her shoulders. From the corner of her eye, Ashley sees a beautiful face with exquisite features leaning in. She seems to be just an ordinary Nido, so how did she manage to survive so long by your side? How curious. I would love to take her apart and have a look. Sister Hebe, if I have done anything to offend you by mistake, please forgive me. Haha, I was just joking. Hebe lets her go. Ashley feels weak in her legs. I have your report. You're excused for now. Yes, Sister Nimron. The legally distinct. Yeah. Ashley leaves the cultivation chamber, her heart still pounding with apprehension. It shouldn't have been time to check in yet. Why have you summoned me? Read the report. Hebe flips through the report that Ashley has left behind and raises an eyebrow derisively. I see that the operation in Berlin went splendidly. Murdo was so efficient, ruining plans, exposing her downlines, squandering our supplies. She did it all. She's even better at spending money than me. I'll deal with her later. We have a much more pressing matter. The challenge to Leica cognition was destroyed. Who's responsible? Unclear, but we need to activate the backup channel immediately. Otherwise, Paradeus' manpower supply will not be able to keep up with the progression of the plan. What does Father say? By the way, Father is William. He demands an immediate result. At any cost? I'm just relaying his order. Make of that what you will. Operation Cocoon is going smoothly here in Frankfurt. We're actually about 20% ahead of schedule. Initiate Phase 3 right away. Hebe leans against the office desk with a smile and pauses for a moment before she responds. Things may be going well here, but we're still a bit far off from being able to initiate Phase 3. Besides, you've been in Moscow and Everest this whole time, so you couldn't stay on top of the situation in Berlin, let alone Frankfurt. I built the foundation for Operation Cocoon in Frankfurt myself. It has taken years of effort in accumulating resources and establishing contacts to achieve its current scale. I know exactly what to do. I just need Father to give me a time frame. Don't try to probe me for information. I am taking over here. I don't want Paradeus to be kicked out of Frankfurt the way it was in Berlin. The farce in Berlin will never be repeated. On another note, Professor Laplace's research has reached a critical stage, and maintaining a steady flow of resources is of utmost importance. I'm sure you know what the success of her research entails. So don't bother with your asinine tricks. You changed a great deal since you left Avernus, Sister Nimron. You didn't used to be so hard-handed. Hebe's grin widens with interest. What else has happened that I don't know of, I wonder? I don't have time for idle chit-chat. Mardo and Brond are both worthless, and you're the only one I can think of to fill the opening. I understand. Since Professor Laplace's research is almost complete, I won't have to wait long for what I want. Glad you worked that out. One more question. What do we do about the mess in Frankfurt? That RPK-16 sure was something else. She really muddied the waters there. She brought up the organization named Pandora. I'll have Styx take care of that, so no need to concern yourself with this matter. Anything else? No, you are as dependable as ever, Sister Nimron. If you have no more questions, then get out of here. You mustn't blow your cover yet. With a smile and a small wave, Hebe's lithe figure vanishes like smoke in the wind. Okay, I need to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I really need to use the bathroom. Okay, back. So as far as these other agents that are popping up from Paradeus, like Nimron and Hebe, the one thing that always bothered me is how different they are from their previous Nidos. They kind of don't fit the bill for me. I understand why they did it. Is mainly so that they can have like actual other characters within the world and have them impersonate other people, which is the whole point of it. But damn, they just look so different, and it kind of messes with what they were originally intending. I don't know how to feel about it personally, but lore wise, it is smart. And for those that don't know, Nimron is William's mom. Well, dead mom, quote unquote. Ashley, what's the current restoration progress of the factory? Yes, Sister Moran. Our facilities have been restored by 25 to 25.8% capacity, and repairs are progressing steadily. As for manpower, Ashley grits her teeth. At least 51% have been used up to keep the beasting system and channel operating normally. Excluding the defective specimens that have gone rogue because of disconnection, only 33% of the remaining personnel can be recovered. Nimron runs some mental calculations, then she impassively walks over to the monitors and lets out an almost imperceptible sigh. Clean up all the defective specimens within the minute. Yes, Sister Nimron. Ashley hurried towards the warehouse. A loud noise comes from above, shaking the old ceiling. Debris and dust fall all over the floor. What was that? Don't panic. Nimron taps on the control terminal lightly, and the CCTV live feeds from both inside and outside the factory instantly fill the monitors in front of her. On the roof of the central factory building, 3 shadowy figures flit past the edge of the screen and slip through the blasted hole like specters. Task Force Defy? What relentless pest! Data on Task Force Defy has been updated and synchronized. Then there is not a moment to waste. Nimron pushes a button to activate the defenses of the factory. The next moment, the alarm starts blaring in the spacious workshop. Protect the core. I am going to greet them in person. Right, that was 7. It should be 8. No, that's 11. 8? That's 9. Oh, is that the one? I think that's another battle, probably. Yeah, so I want to go to 9. There we go. Why couldn't it just number these things or make a list? Feels bad. Outside Hebe's villa, main station Frankfurt. Nele gets out of the car arranged by Miss Hebe and finds herself in a verdant area. All kinds of lush trees and shrubs are pruned in tasteful shapes, while ivy clings lazily to the villa's external fences and walls. Kessler Manor, number 68. Nele brushes aside the leaves blocking the door sign and is finally able to confirm that she has come to the right address stated on her piece of paper. Outside the understated and minimalistic villa, a slender woman is walking the plants in the garden. Walking the plants? Watering the plants in the garden. As if sensing Nele's approach, the woman looks up and smiles. Miss Cornelia Schaefer, I presume. Yes, hello. Are you Miss Hebe? I am. Hebe puts down her watering can, walks over to Nele, and takes her hand amiably. I'm so sorry for making you come all this way. No, it's okay. I'm the one who's taking up your time. Hebe pats Nele gently on the head and invites her into her garden. Please do come in. Nele pushes open the elegantly shaped wooden gate and steps onto the soft grass. She inhales the faint floral aroma in the air. Please, take a seat, Miss Cornelia. Just call me Nele. Hebe pours some tea, which has been sitting ready on the table, into the cup in front of Nele. You have the same clear, soft eyes as your cousin. Thank you. Mayor says you two grew up together and remained very close until you went to different universities. That's right. My cousin has always been very nice to me. She's always thinking of me even when we're apart. Of course, or she wouldn't ask me to recommend you some possible boyfriends. Ugh. Nele leans back in her chair with an exasperated groan. With a chuckle, Hebe gestures at an attendant to serve the desserts. What kind of boys do you like, Nele? Well, someone with a sense of justice and duty. That's it? Yeah. Hebe gets into the distance thoughtfully. I can tell without asking that you haven't been in more than 2 relationships, am I right? Huh? How do you know? I have my ways. Yeah, I was like the commanders are type. Still, your cousin mentioned that back when you were trapped inside a burning building, a Stasi agent charged in there to save you. But yeah, there's also Jay, though. Although Jay is more doofus. He's definitely the punching bag of Girls Frontline. She thought something was going on between you two. I love the mentally scarred. You mean Agent J? I only asked him for a favor because of what happened with Galatea. Also, it was Mia who got me out. He didn't really do much. What happened with Galatea? Are you referring to the scandal concerning Professor Gray? Yeah. From what Mayor told me, she said Professor Gray was always kind to you, and that you learned a great deal of working under her as an intern. You also loved your work at the lab. You asked the Stasi to investigate why Professor Gray had turned into a well-respected teacher into a public enemy. I just wanted to retrieve my research data from Professor Gray's lab. As for the professor herself, Nele's heart pounds uneasily. There's light and darkness in everyone. To me, Professor Gray has always been an earnest and righteous woman with unyielding tenacity. I don't understand the darkness that was hidden inside her, but I will always remember the light that she had given me. A splendid answer. I have also experienced betrayal at the hands of trusted mentors. I was young back then, just like you, and it had cursed me a lot of pain and suffering. But from what Hebe just said, I know I have nothing to worry about. You are strong, my dear. Hebe slides her tablet over to Nele with a smile. A lovely young woman like you deserves an outstanding partner. Following your cousin's request, I picked out a few young men out of the new recruits at the Ministry of Health. See if any of them catch your eye. Staring at the profiles lying in front of her, Nele squirms in her seat. I'd rather be forced to proofread my underclassmen's theses. Basically saying, I'd rather be a fucking nerd. That's what he basically said. After a long and painful meal, Hebe leads Nele into her dressing room. The interior of the manor smells faintly of fragrance. Inside the spacious dressing room, there are rows upon rows of clothes, jewelry, shoes, and all kinds of accessories, categorized by color and style and displayed in an orderly fashion. The disorienting sight reminds Nele of the time when she conducted an experiment while having a fever. Why? She had prepared the reagents according to the total volume, but after adding into... Gonna wait for this text. After adding into the final sample, she realized she was still very far off, and she couldn't even remember what she had put in and what she hadn't. I quite like the ones she picked. I'll investigate them a bit further, and if everything checks out, you can have a dinner date with each of them. Right. Thanks. Now let's see what we can do about your look for your appointment with Mr. Vok. Mr. Vok is not a shallow man who judges a book by its appearance. Trying too hard in dressing up will actually put him off. I understand. What do you usually wear? A lab coat over pajamas. If a superior is visiting the lab, I'll dress up a bit more formally. Basically, a lab coat over a t-shirt and pants. I see. Then I can see a hint of despair flash past Hebe's eyes. Really, do you usually spend most of your time in the lab and barely ever go out and socialize with others? Yes. How could you tell? Instead of answering, Hebe simply chuckles. Then she pulls several simple but chic dresses out of the wardrobe of light colored clothes. Just like me, for real. Yeah, just like me too. Though I still know how to dress up for other people, so. They are all things that Nele would never even go near. I think these would suit you. Want to try them on? Okay. Nele enters the changing room with the dresses in her arms as if she was about to face the death squad. Sometime later, Russell. Hebe brushes Nele's hair gently while trying to console her. It's alright, my dear. You don't usually wear dresses, so it's perfectly understandable that you're not used to it. You don't have to blame yourself. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. After putting on the maxi dress and coming out the changing room, Nele had tripped immediately and not the whole rack of accessories. She scrunches up her face and desperately tries to put the extremely embarrassing moment out of her mind. You really don't have to beat yourself up over that. It's actually a good thing that it happened. What do you mean? It shows that the clothes that I had chosen for you didn't actually suit you. It's much better that you slipped into my dressing room than... that you slipped in my dressing room than in Mr. Vok, don't you think? Thank you, Miss Hebe. Then let's tidy up what you're wearing, add some volume to your hair, and apply some light makeup. Anything else would be unnecessary. After all, you're young and already very beautiful. I'll defer to your judgment. And no, she can't say no. Probably because she's a person she's talking to is fucking famous, probably. Everybody smiles and waves after putting Nele into the car sent by Vok. When the car has driven out of sight, Hebe hands her assistant a hard drive. Analyze it. Yes, ma'am. What is in here? Next communication logs. Look through every single conversation, message, and email. Understood. Yeah, so basically, if you guys didn't catch that, When Nele was changing, Hebe went through her stuff. On the highway in Frankfurt, inside the speeding sedan, Nele tries to stay awake as she takes the cityscape in the morning sunshine from the suspension bridge. A thoroughfare cuts straight through a swath of villas with low red roofs, making it look like a flawless slice of red velvet cake. Beep. A message from Mia. Did everything go well? I just met Miss Hebe. I'm now on my way to see my grandfather. Have you done as I told you and purged everything in that had to do with Griffin and Anastasi from your comm logs? Of course. I even deleted the contact details so that there's absolutely nothing to find even if grandfather looks through it. Good. Now get some rest while you're on the way. You'll have to be extremely careful when talking to your grandfather. Yeah, Miss Hebe said the same. How are things on the instructor's end? The last time we communicated, she told me the operation had already begun. I'm guessing she'll only get in touch again when it's over. Right. I hope things go well for them too. By the way, what kind of place is the White Zone? Why can't I find any information about that? All I know is that it's basically top secret. Other than that, I've got nothing. No wonder she asked me to take special notes on the terrain in the White Zone. Just do the best you can, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Don't worry, I got this. Nele puts down her communicator and looks out the window. When the sedan drives past a junction, the eye-catching blue signboard catches Nele's attention. Ronheim, Wiesbaden Brown, bound. Yeah, those are hard words. Nele turns on the real-time GPS on her tablet and confirms that the fact that she is currently traveling towards the district center from the southeast. Mr. Schaffer, doesn't grandfather live in Ronheim? Why are we heading towards Wiesbaden? Mr. Vought no longer resides in Ronheim. Then where does he live? In Wiesbaden? You'll find out when we get there. It is clear that the chauffeur does not wish to answer. Nele raises an eyebrow and decides to keep her questions to herself. The moment the sedan drives into the district area, the erect noise barriers block Nele's view. Under the watchful gaze of the increasingly frequent speed detectors on the roadside, the car slowly decelerates as it travels downhill along the road. While the car is stuck in traffic, Nele spots a white piece of construction in the distance through the gaps of the noise barriers. It is a very tall wall towering to the district center. From this distance, it looks comically out of place, almost like a giant's building block toy. Is something the matter? No. Nele sits back and quickly identifies the nearby buildings on the map. The Diet, the court, the administrative building, government offices. Huh? Behind the Diet complex of the map is a completely grayed out area, which matches the location of the tall white wall in the distance. No matter how much she zooms in on the map, it will not show her any of the buildings within the area, except for a small one right on the edge labeled Sanatorium. Mr. Schaffer, do you know what the white thing over there is? Hold on. Even though they are caught in a gridlock, the chauffeur wordlessly inches the vehicle forward so that the noise barriers once again blocks Nele's view. Did he just do that on purpose? After a moment of silence, Nele asks again evenly. I just saw a tall white wall at the center of the Wiesbaden district, just to the north of the Diet complex, on the map. Do you know what that is? Oh, some kind of purification quarantine wall, I think. There's a sanatorium there. I see. The long line of traffic ahead shows no sign of moving. Nele notices that the chauffeur keeps looking at her through the rear view mirror. Nele drops her gaze casually. While yawning, she's surreptitiously uploads a screen cap of the satellite map to the cloud. The car slowly moves forward. Just as Nele swipes back to the homepage, everything around her suddenly goes dark. Through the car window, there is nothing but boundless darkness ahead. White light after white light whizzes past overhead. The signal comes and goes. Realizing that the light from her tablet is reflected on her own glasses, Nele quietly turns off the screen. How much longer will it take? Please get some rest. I'll wake you when we arrive. Nele blinks. She has no more questions. After turning several corners, only the monotonous rumbling of the vehicle can be heard in the tunnel. Fighting her drowsiness, Nele slowly closes her sore and puffy eyes. Please wake up, Miss Schaefer. We're here. Ugh. The chauffeur makes himself scarce as soon as he has escorted the groggy Nele into the enclosed elevator. Nele has not even got time to register the building she has entered. Only after the chauffeur is gone does she realize that none of the buttons in the elevator do anything when she presses them, nor does she see an emergency button. There are CCTV cameras on all four corners of the ceiling, recording her every move. Thunk, thunk. The sounds like the pulley passing through a joint in the track sections. Holding on tightly to the handrail, Nele can only roughly judge the elevator's course by the inertia she is experiencing as it climbs and descends periodically. She feels like a caged animal being transported to God knows where. After a long journey, the elevator doors finally slide open again. Trying to overcome her motion sickness, Nele slowly exits the elevator and takes in her surroundings cautiously, and realizes that all the people milling about are dressed in police or military uniforms. Miss Cornelia Schaefer. That does not look like a uniform. Just as she is at a loss of where to go, a military doll standing next to the elevator calls out to her. Hello. I am Mr. Fox's housekeeper. You can call me Sonia. Hello? Please follow me. Sonia takes the package out of Nele's arms and walks towards the security gate of the basement lobby. That's summer uniform, yeah. Please put your bag and coat inside the tray. Also, take out everything in your pockets, all metal objects, electronic devices, and place them there. All that ass. Nele grits her teeth, then follows Sonia's instructions as quickly as she can and places everything tidily into the plastic tray. Beep. Having detected the change in weight, the black conveyor's belt starts running slowly, sending the plastic tray through the security scanner. Please head that way and stand behind the line. Nele peers at the black security gate, then strides through calmly. Beep. The indicator light flickers green. A Garrison soldier in the uniform sweeps Nele from head to toe with a handheld scanner. Alright. Look at the camera. Open your mouth, nod, blink. Place both your thumbs here. Right. Now sign these. Nele glances at the titles of the documents quickly. White Zone Private Visit Approval Form. White Zone Private Visitor Category D. Non-disclosure agreement. So many documents. Someone will brief you on everything soon. Pay special attention to this bit here. NDA Clause 1.1. Upon departure of the White Zone, the visitors shall not disclose any internal information or observations related to the White Zone to any external party. Any breach of this obligation shall be deemed an act of endangering national security and there will be legal consequences accordingly. Ignoring all the questions bubbling inside her, Nele quickly puts her signature and the date on all the documents. The Garrison soldier leads through everything and files them away efficiently. Then he points down the corridor. Straight down through the door. Okay, so just to clarify some things, just in case some people may not have gotten it. The White Zone is underground. And as far as the rest of the world knows, White Zones don't exist. There's only the red zones, the yellow zones, and the green zones. White zones are for rich people only, or people who can pay enough to get inside. You think she'll come back? It's like a 70-30 shot. I'm leaning more towards no than yes, though. Oh, by 70-30, I mean 70 no and 30 yes. So the only way that they can make a white zone is for there to not have any radiate. It's to be underground. Because if you're underground, that means there's no radiation. Because all the radiation is on the surface. The majority of the world does not know that they've done this. So that's why there are NDA agreements, because they want to keep that secret. Because if it becomes public that they found a way to get out of the radiation, then the rest of the world will start storming underground. So that's why there's an NDA. Yeah, it's like Fallout vaults, yeah. Or if you played Nike, it's basically the Ark. Behind the glass partition at the end of the corridor is a heavy metal door that oddly reminds Nele of an operating theater in the hospital. That too, Ark. They're definitely carrying sensitive data. I'll be waiting for you outside. Please come out soon. May I ask what's behind the door? Sonia makes no response to Nele's question and simply walks away through a special passage. Yeah, Girls Frontline 2. I mean, it's been 10 years, so they obviously had the time to make technology to put white zones on the surface. But it's still kind of fucked up, and it's still only for rich people, really. Inside the airtight carriage, Nele coughs violently with her back against the cold inner wall. Her throat convulses involuntarily as she recalls the comprehensive vital scan and the final antimicrobial blast she was just subjected to in the sterilization chamber. Oh, for Lunasia, I'd like to talk about Nele. For Lunasia, she's technically already in the game. So I'm assuming you mean as a player character, as a playable character. So I will say this up front: it will be a lot of money off the table to not make Lunasia a playable character. So I think they will eventually do it, but I don't think we'll be getting it anytime soon. Like, she would probably be like 5 years down the line, to be honest. Because she's like the character that everyone is kind of wishing for. Because M4 is one of the most popular characters in Girls Frontline, period. Is she the most popular? I don't think she is. But she's like top 3 easily in the fandom. Was that really necessary? Sonya holds out a tray full of lonzingas, medical face masks, and tablets for motion sickness. Next to her is a large cardboard box in which Nele's coat and belongings, which she had to part with at a security checkpoint, are messily stashed. Yeah, oh, Micah's gonna justify her. Yeah, that's like the thing, right? Like, in order to make Lunasia playable, one, she has to not completely fuck the game, lore-wise, and two, she has to be actually beatable. And those are going to be very hard to do. Especially if she can do things like teleport herself and the commander to a different location. Yeah, I would expect Dandelion to be a playable character sooner than Lunasia. And even Dandelion would be a problem. Like, she can fight because she should still be in I forgot her name. Nemogen's body. She should be in Nemogen's body, and we know for a fact that Nemogen can fight. So lore accurate just makes a new game. Yeah. So it's very reasonable for a Dandelion to be a playable character. It's just a matter of her actually wanting to get down and dirty like that again. Nele takes a deep breath and packs up all of her belongings one by one. Her communicator still has no signal reception, and black tape has been applied to the top of the screen. All recording devices are prohibited within the white zone. When you leave the white zone, they will inspect your belongings again. Please cooperate with the procedure. May I ask a few questions? Please go ahead. I'm just here to visit my grandfather. Why did I have to do all that stuff? Why did I have to go through such stringent security installation procedures? You must comply with the standard regulations of the white zone. Nele sways slightly along with the motion of the carriage. She can roughly tell that they are descending in circles, like driving down a winding mountain road. To fight for her husband. Where are we going? And what exactly is the white zone? Do you understand the concept behind the black, red, yellow, and green zones? Yes, I know what those are. Zones are divided according to the ELA contamination levels. The green zone is currently the cleanest. From what I know, the contamination levels in the main district has pretty much reached the limit of what our purification technology can achieve. It has not. The actual limit is reducing contamination. The actual limit is reducing contamination levels to 0. Complete purification. That's the white zone. That's impossible. Unless the place is totally isolated from the outside world, with 0 contact with the external air and water sources. Sonya smiles. That is indeed a solution. Wait. As the carriage travels on, Nele comes to a sudden realization. The white zone isn't even on the surface of the Earth, so naturally there's no contact with the air outside. Correct. Our water is also purified above ground before entering the white zone. An underground zone? The money needed to build something of this magnitude must have been astronomical. Building something from scratch is always easier than fixing something, don't you think? Nele lets out a light sigh, and the thrill of exploring the unknown starts brewing within her. Shit, where was that? Was that 7? Or was that 9? I think that was 9, so I go to 10 now. Yes, she was. Dandelion knows how to fight. 100%. Ten is next, right? I'm pretty sure it is. The rustling of grass and leaves reached my ear. Delicate twigs slap against each other as they ripple in waves, depicting the free shape of the wind far from far to near. That sounds like an aircraft lifting off. I don't even remember when was the last time I got to wake up naturally in the soft morning sunlight. Half of the lake before me glimmers with golden waves, while the other half bears the reflection of the serene mountains. It is such a beautiful sight that it quite literally takes my breath away. When I finally retire, I got to build a little cabin by the lake like this. I'll sail and go fishing every day. And when I'm tired, I'll just lie on the grass, looking at the sky, not thinking about anything. How lovely that would be. The commander has noticed the movement coming from behind, but they did not turn around. They simply prick up their ears and listen to the approaching footsteps, walking on floorboards through the rustling of the grass and leaves. Huh, that's neat, Commander. You're not. Yeah, feels bad. Until the familiar presence stops right behind them. You can turn off the projection, thank you. Isn't it nice to get a preview of your retirement life? Sweet dreams will make me lose my way. I would rather face reality. As you wish. Their realistic holographic projection abruptly cuts out. The building reverts to its original form. It seems to be an abandoned depot with airplane parts scattered all over the dimly lit interior. Are we at Frankfurt Airport? Are you hungry? What have you got? Apple pie and pretzels, as well as apple cider. Lunasia turns her back towards the commander and cuts up the apple pie and pretzels. The commander takes the opportunity to study their surroundings. Their gaze falls once again on the surveillance camera currently pointed at them. We believe your account to be fundamentally true. Beep beep. I hear a quiet sound in my ear. Of course, none of the needles can react to it. Know the answer, Commander. I know you're enjoying their hospitality. I know I heard that voice before, but I can't quite place it. There's no doubt that she's with the T-Doll who have to need us. It does, Long Tran. It really does. We are currently figuring out the defensive system of the treatment facility where you're being held in order to work out an infiltration plan. It's going to take a while. Therefore, you need to buy some more time, Commander. I know it'll hurt, but currently we have no other options. The only solace I can offer you is my hope that you will come to enjoy it. She ends the transmission after leaving me with that thoroughly unfunny joke. The commander never thought that there would come a day when they wished to hear 404's voices again so desperately, even if it's just to make a terrible joke. All of a sudden, the indicator light on the surveillance camera blinks twice. The commander's eyes widen. Before they can observe the camera more closely, Lunasia has walked up to them. Come and eat something. The commander is dragged over to the table. They crane their head to peer at the camera again. Maybe it was just a signal fluctuation. The commander thinks to themselves humorously. It's as bad as the king. What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? You know full well is to my taste or not. Lunasia pours the commander a glass of cider. Please eat. What's going to happen next? You'll find out after you eat. The commander is unable to glean any information from Lunasia's impassive pace. While the commander is digging in, Lunasia places a new set of clothes by their side. I can't smell, but I'm guessing you can use to change of clothes. This place is equipped with shower facilities. Please use it and get changed. Has William asked to see me then? Lunasia makes no answer. She just quietly sips the apple cider in her glass. The commander also says no more and promptly eats up all the food in their plate. After taking a shower, the freshly dressed commander comes before Lunasia. I'm surprised that she didn't stalk him in the shower. I'm not gonna lie. I'm done. I'm ready to meet William. Lunasia, who is leaning back in her chair, gives the commander a dazed smile. They notice her flushed cheeks and unfocused eyes. The bottle in her hand is empty. There's room for me, right? You drank the whole thing? Yeah. The commander scratches their head, then finds a blanket and drapes it over her shoulders. Where's William? Why are you always asking about him? I'm the one sitting right in front of you. You drank too much. Get some rest. Why won't you show me some concern? What's the matter with you? Why are you drinking to drown in your sorrows? And why do you suddenly start caring about my appearance? I want you to keep me company. I've been here the whole time in the last few days, haven't I? No, not like that. I want to spend time together like normal people. Like a couple. From what I remember, when people are about to go on a date, they clean themselves up before seeing their beloved. That's why I also asked you to. Commander. Yes? Let's go on a date. The commander lets out a sigh and sits down on a chair opposite to Lunasia. My side looking at us. Oh, that's... I don't know if I should say that's wrong or that's accurate. Alright, what kind of date are you thinking? Are there any suitable locations nearby? What? Trying to figure out a location while I'm drunk? That's not what I mean. If you want a date, I had to deliver to the best of my ability. We had the date right here. The commander looks around. This rough and grimy depot is not at all suitable for a date. Where's the holographic projector that you shut down earlier? Through the magic of holographic projection, it's almost as if they were now on a rooftop in Frankfurt. The sound of an aircraft taking off can be heard from outside the depot. The commander can almost see a commercial airliner taking to the skies. Do you like traveling by plane? The two of them are lying side by side on the floor. Lunasia turns her head to look at the commander. I neither like nor dislike it. I neither like nor dislike it. It's a mode of transport to me, just like any other. I hate planes. They're always taking people I love away from me and bringing them in people I hate. Who are the ones you love and who are the ones you hate? I don't want to talk about them. Alright, then don't you have anyone by your side? Yes, Bill has always been my side. I never quite know how to deal with all the different people around me. I've gotten used to hiding my feelings, but he's different. To protect me, he channeled my emotions on top of his own. Because of that, he's always appeared hysterical, but I know he's a gentle, thoughtful boy. I have reservations about that. One time, I went to watch the planes and forgot that the water was boiling on the stove. By the time I went back inside, the bottom of the kettle was completely burned, and I almost caused a fire. Mother was furious, and kept demanding to know who was responsible. Bill saw me trembling in fear, so he stepped forward to take the blame. He took a terrible beating for that, and was locked up for 3 days. They should have just beaten him to death. Oh, I love this line. Based. Just, this is so fucking cool, dude. All my homies hate Willie. Very Asian. I really owe a lot to him. The commander props himself up and pours himself a glass of cider to try to get rid of the vicious thoughts in their heads. Yes, it's quite vicious, I'm pretty sure. Do you have any memory that doesn't concern this person? Sure, I remember doing a field combat drill. I led sophomore in 15 in completing a difficult mission, and we set off to regroup with 16. But I got the rendezvous point wrong, and we ended up boarding the wrong plane. Only when we were almost at the destination did we realize the plane was headed to a mine in Siberia. 16 was in total panic. I can imagine. 15's face was like thunder, which scared me to death. Sophmod, on the other hand, had a lot of fun. I didn't know what to do at all. In the end, 16 managed to find us a plane that was willing to give us a lift to where we were supposed to go. But Sophmod, insisted on bringing along this insanely massive piece of geode that she found. When we finally dragged her onto the plane, she had to say goodbye to the geode in tears. Was to have obsessed over for a long time afterwards. Oh, the nation burning water. Yeah. Back when we were on board the Elmo a while ago, I could still hear her muttering about that geode in her sleep. At the mention of the Elmo, the commander takes 2 gulps of their cider glumly. And that was only because she was undergoing repairs in a repair tank, or she would have sat up and started telling the story again. What's wrong? The commander turned towards Lunasia. Those memories belong to 3 distinct individuals. Do they? Yes. The memory about William belongs to Lunasia. The one about the AR team's field combat drill is M4's. And the memory on board the Elmo probably belongs to Dandelion. When you were recounting them, I could see that you did not realize the switch in perspectives at all. So I'm guessing the memories all jumbled up together inside your neural cloud. Now, the question is, who are you? Lunasia looks up and her eyes come into the light. Who am I to you? Just as the commander is about to answer, the arm that they've been using to prop themselves up suddenly grows slack, and they slump helplessly on the floor. Lunasia's face comes into view. She gazes silently at the commander, who is now paralyzed and unable to speak. Perhaps what I really want isn't a date, but an answer. Who am I? I don't know the answer to this question either. But perhaps I don't actually need to try so hard to find an answer, because the fact that I came to be is already an answer in itself, don't you think? No. Sorry, Commander, for making you put up with my antics again. Now sleep. When you wake up, it will be another brand new day. Lunasia! The sudden wave of drowsiness stops any of the commander's words from reaching their lips. Before the world is completely consumed by oblivion, the commander musters all their strength and grabs a hold of Lunasia's hand. They can't be sure if they're imagining it, but in the moment before they lose consciousness, the girl seems to pause before lapsing into a strained silence. So the answer is my wife? Like, who are you, my wife? Another decade of therapy. Psycho. Yeah, she just has a good psycho look. Which one is it? Eleven. I make sure that there it is. How does this happen? Slapped unconscious. No. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's the drinks. I'm pretty sure his drink is getting spiked. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Do you guys think Rosa is Lunasia in Girls Frontline 2? That's not the first time I've seen that get suggested. It's been suggested quite a few times actually, but there's really no evidence for that. Primarily because you need to have some prerequisites in order to be an agent for Lunasia. So, as far as we know, Groza does not have those prerequisites. Now, the other theory is that Groza is a sleeper agent for Paradeus, and I think that is way more believable than Lunasia. Yeah, Lontran, that's exactly the prerequisite. Like, an Ogus is required to be an agent for Lunasia. Inside the Paradeus factory, Exporn District, Frankfurt. At the signal hub, where every corner within the factory is visible on the monitors, it becomes apparent that the facility is almost completely paralyzed after the dust settles. I saw a theory and thought it was funny. It's definitely being taken seriously, and I think the reason why people are going for that theory is because it would be the most insane thing to happen. It's like, hey, your quote unquote canon wife is evil. Is not evil, but your canon wife is actually your other canon wife. Watching the playback of Defy's entry and withdrawal thoughtfully, Nimron ponders how they discovered this base and why they conducted the seemingly pointless operation. Ashley, report on the status of the factory. Cameras can't fight me. Ignoring the interruption from the system alert, Ashley forces the computer to compile all the data through stacks of pop-up windows. Yes, Sister Nimron. Currently, 46% of the factory equipment is damaged, and the assembly lines and screening center are almost completely destroyed. Your canon wife, your canon ex-wife. Exactly that. As for our manpower, a different alarm suddenly starts flashing in the center of the screen. An alarm from the beasting system. Sister Nimron, the beasting system just intercepted some important information. Open it. Now, as far as people wanting another singularity, I honestly don't think that's going to happen again. Primarily because I feel like the commander is smart enough now at this point that he wouldn't let something like that happen again. So I don't think a singularity event is going to happen. Yes, it's just Nimron. Ashley pauses her report and inputs the password. The encrypted text appears on a large screen, and the illegible gibberish is translated into concise words and sentences in Nimron's eyes. Sister Nimron, is there anything I can do? Lead a team to take stock of any supplies that can be salvaged from the factory and prepare to move them. And get someone to stay behind and clean everything up. Yes, sister. All the white needles presently quietly file out of the room, not daring to make a peep. Only when everyone else has gone does Nimron start to analyze the information intercepted by the beasting system. It is a list of newly acquired books at the Frankfurt District Library. The book title that has triggered the alarm is Human Intelligence Research, 18th edition. Nimron gathers all the information and sends it over to Laplace. A few minutes later, she receives a comms request from her. Ugh. Forgot how disgusting she looked. I want the physical copy. All we have at the moment is the fact that it has appeared in the library. We know nothing about the date of publication, word count, or contents. I have already located the book, and I'll send someone to extract it for you later. Sure. Beep the call-ins. Do we have their names for the dolls that have the fiber control cores removed? We don't have the whole list. If you look at Tololo's journal, it does name like 5 dolls that did. One of them is Grizzly, which is actually insane because Grizzly is insanely popular and is kind of wrote her out of the story. So I'm really surprised that they just said like Grizzly is a civilian doll now and won't be doing any more fighting. The needles scramble around the ruins, gathering any supplies that are still usable. Make it quick. Load everything that still works onto the truck. Don't miss anything. Kind of a weird question. Is there any canon info about why the commander is loved by all dolls? Canon information? Honestly, it's literally the story itself. Basically, the commander is well, I say that the commander in Griffin itself is the only group that actually treats dolls like human beings. But the commander himself, he just basically takes the time to treat all of them very well. Yeah, basically that. He just takes care of them very, very well, and he does his best to not have any of them die. It's literally all in just like the game itself, because the game kind of pushes you to treat your dolls well. Like, they actually get better stats if you have their affinity at 100. So you have everything. Oh, and also the other half of that is that if their affinity is at 0, then they lose stats. So the game is literally telling you to treat your dolls well. Yeah. So even if it's not directly in writing, even though it is in writing, literally Girls Frontline as a whole pushes you as a player to treat your dolls well. Yeah, if one doll dies in combat and it's not a boss fight, it's -5 affinity points to everyone and -10 to the doll that died. So if there is a full wipeout, that means everyone is getting like -60 points at least. It's huge if someone dies. Yeah, you can't upgrade without full affinity either. Yeah, so it's easy to assume that if you're a good commander, then your dolls love you. If you're a good player, your dolls love you. That's like a prerequisite. Ashley takes one last look at the needle on duty, gives one last instruction, then hurries off to the next location that Nimron has ordered her to attend to. I don't really like that system. I understand. It's very punishing. I can understand why people hate that. If they get one shot, then there is no get good. Yeah, there is a heavy damage setting, which everyone recommends not doing. Are not turning on because there are some points where you want your tank to actually stay on the front line when they're heavily damaged, because they will still manage to stay up for a super long time. So that's actually a detriment most of the time, because if your tank goes away while they're heavily damaged, then the rest of your team falls very, very easily. So there are issues with turn on the heavy damage protection. When Ashley has walked off into the distance, the Black Needle dumps what she is carrying and heads deep into the base. Yeah, you definitely get enough currency that you can just buy affinity. You can buy 100 affinity pretty easily. So any like small mistakes you do, small deaths you do, it can be fixed. And the hidden basement near the Paradeus factory. The fight has withdrawn safely. You're up. Copy that. The copy of Human Intelligence Research 18th edition in Frankfurt library has already been locked onto. They took the bait pretty quickly. Don't lower your guard. Prepare to hack the system. By the way, Agent Vigilant. Just a gentle reminder that you're almost overclocking G11's processor. She's doing fine. I'm doing fine. Following 416's strategy, even G11's neural cloud is being used to provide auxiliary processing power. We are ready to crack the code. We should be able to buy you about 30 minutes. But considering how little we know about the beasting system, you may only have 15 minutes in reality. Before she infiltrates the beasting system, 45 gives 416 a long look. You're so nervous, you're making me nervous as well. You should be nervous about this. Take a deep breath. Now let's go, 45. Check in regularly. I'll pull you out by force the moment you fail to check in on time. 45 and 9 close their eyes and descend to level 2. Time to hack the planet. Add a layer of the basing system, level 2. Having made their entry successfully, 45 and 9 proceed stealthily through the data network. 45? Why is 416 acting so weird? Didn't you just praise her for being professional and reassuring yesterday? I said lighten up the mood. I think she's got rattled. By what? Probably what happened in Avernus. We'll talk about it when we're out. We've already triggered the system's outermost defense. As far as Avernus is concerned, everyone died. It was basically another singularity event. Or actually, it's another polarizing light event. That's more accurate. Basically, there was 2 waves of dolls. The first wave was the commander's wave. The dolls that he already had with them, which is the AR team, Squad 404, and a few others, including the Alienata. They all pretty much died. Well, not Alienata. She was part of the second wave. Yeah, they all pretty much died. The only one who didn't get like completely and utterly wrecked was like 45 and RO. Even soft mod was like 90% obliterated, but she was still fighting because she's soft mod and she's awesome. So basically what 45 is saying here is that 416 is being a lot more careful because she experienced death. Basically. Hero, can you make a quick guide on how to play Girls Frontline 1? You've got to set up an echelon. I could make one. I wouldn't mind doing that. I'll think about it. It'll be mainly like when I can take the time to actually do the recording. Big thing. But it's on the table. I can think about it. That was quick. 15 minutes should be more than enough time. Spoken too soon. 45 points at an object that is glowing faintly in the distance. Is that some kind of confidential document? No, that's another firewall. This system seems to have a classic Matroska structure with layers upon layers of defenses. Let's hope the information we're looking for isn't on the very inside. Want to bet which layer will find the information about the commander? I hope it's the next one. I'm guessing it's at least 6 layers in. Huh? 45 chuckles. Then she concentrates on the task and starts heading towards the firewall that's blocking their access to the next layer. Okay, this one is 11, so we've got to go to 12. Yeah, which one's 12? Or is 12 a battlefield? Yeah, it is. Okay, so 13. And just so you guys know, the battles have no story. So we don't have to do any, we don't have to play any other battles. And if that was the case, I would have recorded ahead of time and show recording, but I didn't have to do that. Here it is. Can we do the 12 puzzle? Math 12? Honestly, I just kind of did it. I don't even remember it, to be honest. I'm not joking. I just did it, and then that was it. I didn't even. Let me just take a quick look, just so I remember it. Just want to remember the map. Oh, thank you, Dr. Diablo. I appreciate it. I'm glad that the videos help you guys out. Oh, this one. Yeah, this one's easy. Yeah. So Squad 404 actually is actually able to control all of them, and then you actually use your own party to control the specific ones that they cannot control. And I think that's like these two right here at the very end. It's honestly pretty easy. This only took like 2 tries, and the first try is because I was trying to figure out how the controls work in the first place. But basically, depending on your position, these red balls of fuck you will start trying to move towards you. So it's all about manipulating where the AI goes. Just don't fight the red balls. You're not supposed to win against them. And here it is. Is it worth doing the event on hard? Yes. You get more rewards on hard mode. The Red Bean Gang, yeah. I call them red fuck you because that's what they really do. They fuck you in the ass. So the maps in Girls Frontline 1 are more fun, but they're also way more stressful because losing on a map is rough. It's pretty punishing to lose a map, especially if you're starting out and you haven't built up a lot of resources from playing for playing a long time. Because eventually you'll get to the point where you don't really need to make any more TLs, and that's like the bulk of how much resources you lose. But okay. Director's Office, Stasi HQ, Frankfurt, White Zone. After going through the last document on the tray, Ben Hoffman rolls his stick neck and peers at the clock hanging on the wall. Is what S ranking maps? Yeah. It's really fun to like get the medals in S rank maps. It takes a lot of strategy to do that. I really hope Girls Frontline 2 does something like that eventually. I mean, they have like the extra objectives, but that's not enough. They need like an S rank mechanic for Girls Frontline 2's maps. The meeting should have concluded 1 hour and 27 minutes ago. Things must be really intense at the meeting. I don't think it'll end anytime soon. Ben looks over at Q, who is sitting on the black sofa across from him. She stacks up the files in her hands and shrugs indifferently. The maps in 2 aren't that hard. I would say they are capable of making hard maps. Is Ryan Gosling? I love that meme. Things are too urgent on my end. But Mr. Finn, shouldn't we start thinking about lunch? When Miss Rami's meeting is over, the three of us can eat together. I just want a simple lunch break all to myself. Ben chuckles. He picks up a pen and spins it around slowly on his fingers. Your presentation isn't urgent, but it's very important. If you don't get it done by this afternoon, you won't have any luck getting an appointment at a later date. The queue of people who want to see the minister stretches from the Main to the Rhine. Fine, let me get myself a coffee then. Q has barely stood up when Finn points at the mini fridge to the side. There's cold brew Americano concentrate and the mini fridge to your left. It'll probably give you a bigger kick. Am I not even allowed time for a cup of hot Americano on a winter day in Frankfurt? Such is the work culture in Frankfurt. Q opens the fridge and takes out a bottle of iced Americano concentrate. She weighs it on her palm and gives Finn a thoughtful look. Why don't we have a wager? On what? Whether Miss Rami negotiation goes well. What's the bet? I know better than to ask for a day off, so I'll just say a free lunch later. Fine. It's obviously a long and tough battle since she's running so late. I bet it went really well. And Miss Rami received some unexpected good news. Oh? Why do you think so? Finn sits up straighter in his chair, showing that he's all ears. We're on an aggressive offensive here. If it hadn't gone well, the meeting would have been over pretty soon. Ding! A notification pops up from the intranet. Finn quickly leans closer to his monitor to check it. You're right. Oh. I've just been given access to the view of the organizational structure of the White Zone Garrison. As expected of a top agent, you really got top-notch acumen. You flatter me. In my line of work, a careless mistake is very much fatal. Finn takes the coffee concentrate from Q, pours it skillfully into a glass, adds about 200 milliliters of purified water, then passes the Americano back to Q. Then we'll just have to wait for Miss Rami to get good news. I'll be looking up restaurants for my free lunch. Take your pick out of anything within 3 kilometers. Q grins as she sorts through search results by average price from highest to lowest. I don't care what the food tastes like. I'm just going to pick the most expensive one. That fucking grin. The midday sun warms up the sofa and shines upon the chandelier overhead, which reflects the dazzling light. Please go in, Miss Nele. Thank you. Sonia ushers Nele inside. Nele immediately spots her grandfather sitting on a sunlit sofa by the window in a spacious and minimalist lounge. She finds herself nostalgically nervous as she faces this old man with hawkish features and piercing eyes that can see through everything. Good afternoon, grandfather. Take a seat. Sonia leads Nele over to a chair opposite of the sofa. After pouring her coffee, she retreats quietly to the side. Mayor told me that you're looking for a job. If memory serves, you graduated from Heidelberg University? Yes. That university's tuition fees have always been exorbitant. Your father was willing to get you in by making a donation? No, I got a 1.0 in my arbiter and was given advanced entry. Not bad. But you were involved in the Galatea scandal? Our contract had already been terminated before things went south. Vought gently swirls his almost empty cup of coffee, and ponders for a while with narrowed eyes. How about this? A pharmaceutical company wants me to be a trustee. You could work at their Munich subsidiary as a representative. Your mother wouldn't let me intervene in her marriage and insisted on marrying that penniless pauper. Ha. I suppose you won't want me to butt in either. Let your cousin take care of it. If that's all, you can go. Vought puts down his coffee and slowly gets to his feet to leave the lounge. I can see that my mom's description of you is 100% accurate. You really are a stubborn, self-righteous old geezer who doesn't give a damn about other people's feelings. Vought rolls around in disbelief and glares furiously at the impudent youth. How dare you speak to me that way? Did you come here just to rile me up? I'll have you know that one word from me and nobody in all of Frankfurt will hire you. No, that's not why I'm here. I only came here because shortly before Mom died, she made me promise I'd visit you when I had time. She was afraid that you would spend your final years in misery. She said with your nasty temper and stubbornness, nobody would ever come see you after you retire. I'm waiting for the Nikkei summaries. I'm not gonna lie, I would love to do Nikkei summaries. But there's already summaries out there, so I don't feel as pressed to do it. Ignoring the old man's ire, Nele stands up coolly. Oh, and there's one other thing. Nikkei is a lot easier to read than Girls Frontline, in my opinion. Like, you can just, for a new player, they can just start playing Nikkei, and I feel like the majority of them will be able to understand it much more easily than Girls Frontline. And now I know she's right. Nobody ever visits you, and you clearly don't need me to take care of you. You? Why would I need you? Did she think it had no one else but her? So the rumors are true. You actually have illegitimate children out there behind grandmother and mom's back. That's a pretty big leap in logic, but I guess it's enough of a rumor that is stuck with her. You moron, what an absolute cretin. What I meant is there are plenty out there who are tripping over each other to be my son, so I have no need for my wayward daughter. Nor do I care about for a granddaughter like you. Fine, I get it. I won't publicly acknowledge you as my grandfather so as not to dishonor your precious house. You are exactly like your mother. You got it all from her. And who did she get it? And who did she get that all from? Scram, get away from me! Don't you dare show your face in front of me ever again! Alright, happy to oblige. Nele bows humbly. Her originally immaculate outfit is now a little creased, but she keeps her spine ramrod straight. You do really... Miss Nele, this way, please. Beep beep. An urgent comms request stops Jay in his tracks. Ah, punching bag Jay. Everyone loves you, but we all know how much of an idiot you are. Yes? This is our patrol route and schedule for today. Here's a pass with your name on it. We are Stasi agents, not security guards. But boss, we got put in charge of patrolling the White House. White House, the White Zone. How about full-on theory crafting? I like their theory crafting, but it feels like the writers for Nike, they just always do something that you just cannot predict, because instead of it being something established by something that we already know, it's usually something new that we just cannot predict. Get a rookie to stop me. Miss Hoffman said there are fingerprints. Oh, not Miss. Mr. Hoffman said that there are fingerprints and retinal scans everywhere here. Also, they didn't change the name from. No, that it is a good thing. I'm just saying, like, it kind of makes theory crafting, quote unquote, not fun. Because you're basically never right. Or you're never even close to right, even. I know I did like a theory for Nike about Red Hood and Red Hood and Lilith, because I thought Lilith was the one who got corrupted, and that's how she died. And I looked through like a bunch of data lore regarding that, and I made that theory, and it turns out it's Red Hood who was corrupted, but it was a different kind of corruption that didn't immediately make her go wild. And since there's no way you can know about that different, lesser corruption version, what else can you do? Like, you can't go from point A to point C without knowing about point B, right? So it's not entirely fun to do theory crafting in Nike. It's very fun to do it in Girls Frontline though, because they don't try to throw like immensely different things at you. All of a sudden, moon runes in my Ian server. Jay rubs his forehead in frustration. Probably banging slowly. Yeah, he's banging the body pillow. After the door closes behind her, Nele lets out a long exhale, and her stiff body finally begins to relax. Then she remembers something important. Crap, I forgot to probe for information about the White Zone. I was too busy arguing with my grandfather. Oh dear, what should I do? I got to find a way to do a bit more exploring. But what should I do without a guide or a map? Will they think I'm up to no good? A person not accompanied by a White Zone doll. Miss, please present your ID and visit permit. Nele turns around. It's you? What are you doing here? Nele pushes her glasses up her nose and eyes this Stasi agent who is evidently authorized to operate within the White Zone. A plan begins to emerge in her head. Agent J, it's been a while. I came to visit my grandfather. Unfortunately, his health doesn't allow him to go on long walks. Do you have time? Would you like to take a stroll around with me? Huh? You want to stroll? With me? Isn't it the perfect time to look around a bit on the job? I've never been here before and don't really know the area. I'm afraid I got lost. Well, since the lady finds herself lost in the white zone, it is my duty to ensure your safety. Jay. Jay. We love you, man. You do your best, dude. You are destined to be together. Here it is. This one has World Wars, Ancient Aliens. Maybe Ancient Aliens. Android girls, clones, conspiracies, plus melodrama, yandere goddesses, evil British Germans. Yeah. Sure does a lot. In Laplace's lab, Riking's district, Frankfurt. Ashley, delete all information about that book. Huh? Isn't it top secret information? It is just a fake. I see. I will now archive all relevant information. As Ashley processes the data in the beasting system, a thought suddenly occurs to her, and she turns to look at Nimron. Nimron, the beasting system is never wrong. There is no way it could have intercepted information regarding a fake. Someone is trying to lure us into taking the bait. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Track down the source of the information. Yes, Sister Nimron. Ashley promptly dispatches several Nidas to check the CCTV footage at the Frankfurt library and look for signs of unauthorized access within the beasting system. That doesn't feel right. Yeah, she's just named Ashley by Nimron. For some reason. Also, you can stop following any intelligence updates on Hume and the Human Intelligence Research. So we will no longer monitor any activities concerning the book? Any updates, changes in status, downloads? Let me put it this way. We will still be keeping an eye out, but for whoever is behind this, we don't need to care about any new intelligence that emerges. We just have to focus on finding out what these people are after. Understood. In the surveillance room in the Paradeus factory. Sister Ashley, I have gone through all the CCTV footage at the Frankfurt library. Have you found the target? No, all surveillance records in the time frame when we forged the book was planted in the library has been wiped and replaced with false data. Since it has been completely overwritten, we cannot even recover the original data. Are there no other leads at all? None. The enemy was extremely meticulous. We had even hacked the cameras in the surrounding areas. The longest lived regular Nita? Probably. The thing is, though, is that she can just randomly die at any point, because that's what happened to the previous one that served under Nimron. Like, she also had a name. I forgot her name, though. And then just one day, like literally one day, Nimron just felt like killing her. So she did literally nothing wrong. She followed all orders and never questioned her. And then she just got killed for no reason. So yeah, it is pretty lucky that Ashley has lived this long. Keep looking into it. Find the first camera they had and carry on from there. Yes, sister. Knock, knock. There's a knock at the door. Enter. Sister Ashley, I have gone through all the CCTV recordings from 24 hours before to 24 hours after Defi's attack on the factory. I don't want to play with you anymore. And you compile all the relevant information? Yes, we found their ride, and we are currently trying to track their travel route. We will finish reconstructing their route in approximately 3 hours and subsequently, yeah, locate their hideout. Yeah, that's like the number one in the playbook, right? If you're evil, you'll kill your own people. Like, that's rule 101. Good, you may go. Yes, sister. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask you this since you have experience in the world of Girls Frontline and Nele. Who won the fight, a T-Doll or a Nele? I thought about that a lot, actually. It really depends on the who's fighting. So generally speaking, a normal Nele, let's say the lowest in Nele, so basically the replacement squad, are mass-produced Neles. Mass-produced Neles should normally... It's pretty even, honestly. But I would lean towards the I would lean towards the replacement squad. They have much bigger highs than T-Dolls do. Just by comparison to or not comparison, but by referencing what was her name? It's been a while since I played Nele, so names are blanking out for me. Who cares about the weakest? Someone help me out. It's Dorothy's friend that died during the overzone. Like, her name is just blanking out. Lunasia wins regardless. Rappy versus M16. Rappy versus M16. Pina, yeah. Pina shows like the height of a mass-produced doll, and if everyone is capable of that, then they should win against the weakest of T-Dolls. Yeah, Pina. So Rappy versus M16. Which version of Rappy we're talking about? Is it normal Rappy or the newest Rappy we have right now, which is Red Hood Rappy? I think regardless, M16 wins. But M16 would have a much harder time against a Red Hood Rappy. Normal Rappy, M16 should win. This is primarily because in terms of tech, they're actually pretty similar. And if we go by the aspect of like, T-Dolls can actually use pretty outdated weapons, and they perform as well, if not better, than the latest tech. Because one thing that everyone has to keep in mind is that basically all T-Dolls have aimbot. So they can analyze the weak points, and just because of the way how they're designed, they pretty much have like 99% accuracy, if not 100, if they have the right weapon equipped. Rappy cannot be hacked because she doesn't have nymph. She doesn't have like any, because remember, she operates on a human brain. So if there are nanomachines involved, then yeah, she can be hacked. Or then yes, Nikke's can be hacked, but Rappy is a special case where she cannot be hacked. So she actually works better against T-Dolls than literally anyone else, because she's the only one who cannot be hacked, and that's like a huge deal for a lot of the versus debate. Nikke doesn't really invest into cyber warfare like how Girls Frontline does. And just from that alone, it changes a lot of fights. So normally Rappy is going to fight the best against pretty much any T-Doll. Yeah, soft mod end up getting some electronic warfare gear too. Now, in terms of like actual combat ability, that is really up in the air. Because the best of the best Nikkes, let's say Nikke, let's say the Goddess Squad. I think the Goddess Squad beats the shit out of any of the T-Dolls except for the best of the best. And the best of the best is basically Task Force Defy and M4. Maybe the Scar Sisters too. And that's primarily because they're just really stacked. They stat gap a lot of the T-Dolls. But let's say Lunasia is a thing, and Lunasia has M4's body, and hypothetically speaking, she's actually Lunasia just housing in M4's body and has her skill in weaponry. She should be beating any Nikke period. Yeah, Lunasia solos. And that's purely because of hacking ability. If they're fighting on their own, they struggle a lot more. Yeah. So we didn't establish any rules. So I'm just speaking generally. It just holes in everything. But obviously, if they don't have a commander, then their skill level would be much lower. That's for sure. But the thing is, though, is that let's say it's against Girls Frontline Commander versus Nikke Commander. I do not see Nikke Commander being anywhere near close to the combating skill level where the Girls Frontline Commander is. Like, I don't even think Johan is at Girls Frontline Commander level in terms of commanding skill. No, I'm not talking about fist fighting. Yeah, I'm not talking about fist fighting, because I think in terms of like a fist fight, I think that's kind of even. Just because the Nikke commander is kind of dumb. But in terms of commanding skill, he's nowhere near close to Ghost Frontline Commander. Can a Nikke commander risk T-Dolls? No, probably not. Oh, can he risk like T-Dolls that not from the Girls Frontline Commander? Uh, maybe. He's too dumb though. As in Donald here, yeah. I mean, to be fair, though, the Naked Commander has been getting smarter over time. But he's not there yet. He's not at Girls Frontline Commander's level in terms of commanding. Oh yeah, like in terms of like combat skill, the Girls Frontline Commander is actually, honestly, he's probably more skilled than the Naked Commander. I'm just saying in terms of like the actual feats that the Naked Commander has pulled off. He is kind of silly. Like, he was able to fire a high caliber anti armor rifle that's meant for a Nikkei. And normally, for a person to fire that, the recoil is so strong that it'll literally kill them. But the Naked Commander was able to do it, and he got out with just like a broken shoulder, I think. He also has high healing factor. He's kind of silly. Yeah, the Naked Commander is like literally enhanced. He's an enhanced human. But in terms of combat skill, it should easily go to the Girls Frontline Commander. He has military training. He has shown off that military training. Like he literally got tortured for like I don't know how long, but he was able to do headshots afterwards in quick succession, like he's fucking John Wick. But PGR Shiki-Khan? Does he have his armor or not? Guess that's the question. Oh, Ghost Frontline Commander doing Nikkei? Hypothetically speaking, in terms of commanding Nikkeis, he would be the next legendary commander, in my opinion. But let me go ahead and continue on with this. Otherwise, I'm going to be here forever talking about that. The large surveillance rune is silent again. Ashley accesses the beasting system and finds the information about the fake book. She pulls the upload and access logs, then sends them over to Anito for a more in-depth investigation. After completing all of her tasks, Ashley contacts Nimron. Assistant Nimron, we have tracked down Task Force Defi's movements and are currently trying to locate their hideout. All information pertaining to the fake book has been erased, and the search for its source is still underway. All security matters at the base have been taken care of. In addition, the materials from Berlin are being transported to Frankfurt. 17 batches have already reached the Cocoon factory. Should the excess waste be moved back to Berlin? No need. Initiate Father's plan and connect to the assembly line of the... Is it IASO or LASO? It should be IASO, right? IASO boxes. Also, a closer eye on Hebe's beasting authorization. We cannot afford to have her cover blown. Understood. All channels for accessing beasting within Frankfurt are isolated. Not to mention protected by a multi-factor encryption method. Right. Anything else to report? Ashley begins the beasting systems interface. Sister Nimron, through the investigation, we discovered that the The information regarding human intelligence research was a modified copy of the interface from when we received information on the 17th edition. We earned our harem. We did. We did. It's redundant data that appeared on the back end of the system and did not enter via normal channels. And you were fooled by such a simple ruse? Sister Nimron, I'm so sorry. Never mind, it may have been a simple trick, but whoever was responsible managed to hack the bee sting system without triggering the alarm, promptly finding a loophole and forge a piece of intel that drew our attention. That alone makes them a worthy opponent. They're probably Griffin dolls. However, they are bound to have left traces behind when hacking the system. Maybe. I'm getting Lunasia withdrawal. Don't worry, we'll see her soon. Now that we know what kind of pests we're dealing with, should we exterminate them? Let me think about it. In a hidden corner near the Paradeus factory. Nikkei firearms are superior though, right? Generally, yes, they should be. I would say in this case though, it wouldn't really matter. Because even in reverse collapse, you can have like super good weapons, but a T-Doll is still going to prefer and perform way better with their standard weapon. Just because they'll have aimbot on and they can hit weak points super easily. Exactly. Time pre-schedule check-in. Found anything? We have broken through the 4th layer of their defenses. Nothing about the commander yet. They buried it way too deep. Not even a sliver of a clue. We did find a surveillance signal that isn't part of the array in the Paradeus factory. This signal appears in multiple rooms within the same civilian building, but we haven't been able to extract the video feeds. You have another 10 minutes before the password refreshes. Nine is looking into the surveillance signal while I'm working on breaking through the 5th layer. Acknowledged. G11 and I will make sure it's safe out here. In these last 10 minutes, exit the moment you receive a withdrawal signal. 45. When she becomes playable, she'll have her hair back. Copy that. G11, wake up. Go up there and stand guard. 416 taps G11 out of habit to wake her, but when she turns to look, she's surprised to find G11 staring at her with her eyes wide open. You're actually awake. I couldn't sleep when you looked like that. Like what? So tense. Like the female lead in Planet of the Zombies on the eve of the attack. Whoa. Whoa, what a look. Don't make it sound as if I'm about to die. So you do watch movies that I recommend. Industry cope about the amount of different ammo they input. Something. Yeah, I know what you're saying there. It's like eventually they should be obsolete, right? Like the older weapons. They should have been obsolete at this point, but they just aren't. Like they really aren't. So I don't know. Like they just work better with the standard guns. Like the technology difference doesn't matter. Please don't scold me. I'll stand guard. G11 and 416 has a pretty close relationship, yeah. G11 climbs compliantly to a high vantage point and starts surveilling the surrounding area. One six monitors 45 and 9's progress closely while also scanning for nearby signals continuously. You've been acting weirdly since you came back from Avernus. Did 45 send you to question me? How did you know? You're hardly that observant. 116 glances at the uneasy G11 and decides to offer an explanation. I have simply come to realize this squad's weakness. The ER team has the support of the commander, while the Phi is still plenty strong even having lost their own commander. But what about us? We have no commander, no one to count on. All we have is ourselves. Haven't we always been this way? With no one to boss us around, we can spend our days gaming and binging TV shows and only have to take some odd jobs every now and then. What's so bad about that? That's just like you. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad either, but the situation is getting more and more tumultuous, and I can sense that something big is about to happen. If we keep being so complacent, Squad 404 will not survive. That sounds so complicated. I don't get it. You don't have to get it. Just know that no matter how I change, 404 will always be 404. We'll always be together, right? Yes. Then why all the griping? I don't have gripes against anyone in particular, but I used to think that 45 was cold, profit-driven, and would only take jobs that would work to our advantage. That's why even when she accepted high-risk commissions, I tried to convince myself that the payout justified the risk. However, only in Avernus did I realize that she took the job simply out of her devotion to Ange and the commander. Huh? Ever since she came back from Avernus, she's been really down the dumps. You think it's just because of 9, who can easily be loaded into a new frame? That's only part of it, but no. She is mourning Ange, but she just won't admit it. Okay, this is the part where I should say, yeah, Ange dies. So there is that. And you exposed her just like that? No wonder you're always arguing 45. Even you found out about her secret? Don't remind me. Yeah, I found her spacing out one night. I asked her what she was doing. She said Shaw got to have a grand funeral after she died, but not Ange. I thought she already died? Yeah, she's already dead. But I'm just saying, just in case people don't know and they're actually here, and like if they're watching this, I said up ahead of time that like we're way ahead of the summaries. So this is where I'm gonna talk spoilers. So just in case people don't know, and they were like, "Hey, what's going on with Ange?" Like, I'm gonna tell them that Ange is dead right now. Are you worried that 45 is getting too emotional? Developing feelings for your employer is bound to affect your judgment. We're not strong enough, and we have nobody to rely on. Our margin of error is much smaller than the AR team and the Phi. Spoiler alert, Ange died. Yeah. For us, one false move and the whole gang could be lost. So you want to take over as leader of Squad 404? 404 can only survive with a perfectly cold and rational leader at the helm. If 45 is no longer up for the task, I don't mind playing this villain. A pop-up appears on 416's device. A squad is coming towards us. Can you see their configuration? Still a huge dork. Yeah. Looks like routine patrols, but they're headed this way. People die when they are killed. I love that one. Make sure our signals are masked. High 45 to 9 frames. Right. As G11 observes with bated breath, the patrol squad slowly crosses her field of vision. Just as they are about to disappear from view, the white needle in the lead suddenly stops dead in her tracks. Then her head pivots around in an extremely unsettling manner. She stares directly at G11, who is hidden behind a window, and she flashes her dreadful smile. Ah! What's wrong? G11 tumbles out of her lookout with a scream. 416 pulls G11 to her feet. At the same time, she notices that the signal of the patrol squad has disappeared from her scanner. They spotted me! That's not right. A thought suddenly occurs to 416. She rushes over to where they stashed UMP-45 in 9 frames, only to find nothing. How come they're gone? They're not gone. We got hacked. Huh? When? I don't know, but I'm guessing the patrol squad was actually bait. Prepare for battle. The enclosed wall is abruptly blown apart. Debris is flung everywhere, and dirt hangs mid-air in the dazzling sunlight like a swarm of wasps. 416 suspicions are confirmed. A woman dressed in white appears in the scene of frozen time. G11, focus your fire. Gunshots erupt as 416 and G11 lay down suppressive fire without any hesitation. Several bullets fly straight towards the backlit white figure hovering in midair. Powerful interference obscures the vision like a blizzard. They can no longer distinguish between night and day. The ground shakes beneath their feet, and all solid sensations gradually dissolve into insubstantial illusions that are ever shifting. We must hang in there until they get back. And yeah, they got back, by the way. Where was I? Actually, can't remember the number I was on. Was it the 16 next? I like completely lost my place. Yeah, it's like an actual battlefield for T-dolls. It's never really gotten that complicated in EK, at least on screen it hasn't. 18? Okay. Is it 18? So did I click here first? So it should be 17, right? Yeah, 17. Okay. White Zone, Frankfurt. Accompanied by Jay, Nele focuses on memorizing the geography of the White Zone. Every villa, without any exception, is surrounded by high walls, and all the windows, even the ones facing the street, are opaque, so it's impossible to peer inside. 15 minutes, 110 steps per minute, stride length 0.72 meters. So we've roughly walked 1,188 meters. Facing the midday sun, Nele ascertains that she has been traveling southward from the north. The artificial mountain in the distance is covered in greenery. Purification facilities and military radars sprout from the peak like out-of-place mushrooms. So, you have relatives in Frankfurt. I suppose all the jobs are in the capital, especially for doctors. Huh? What? Nele is pulled out of her thoughts. Jay eyes her with a frown. You got into trouble, didn't you? Yeah, huh? Why is this so confusing? I don't know. They need at least put numbers on there. Did the thing with Galatea tarnish your reputation? That's why you were forced to move from Berlin to Frankfurt, weren't you? I read your profile. With your qualifications from Heidelberg, as long as you got proper references, it shouldn't be a problem despite what happened with Galatea. I'm not really in a position to help you, but I got a friend. She's a pretty big name in the press. She should be able to put in a good word for you. Thank you. Got no choice but to seek help from relatives that you despise because your livelihood is on the line, yeah? I totally get it. It's really hard to get by for everyone these days. You're actually a pretty nice guy. You think so? I agree. I agree. What the fuck? Fucking tool. You don't see a lot of people like me in this day and age. Here's my number. Feel free to call me if you run into any problems in Frankfurt. If you're short on money, I may be able to help you out a little. It hasn't quite come to that yet. Also, I already have your contact. Oh, that's a Stasi number and it's tapped. This is my private number. Aren't you a special agent? Why would a special agent have a private number? You're right. You're not given the luxury of privacy. However, I insist on keeping my work and personal lives separate. Seriously, what's the point of deluding yourself about that? Oh, come to think of it, what are you doing here? Special agent business? I wondered myself. From Berlin to Frankfurt. This counts as a promotion, right? Any promotion without pay rise is a scam. Okay, he's actually right. He's 100% right. Guys, if you ever get a promotion at a job, always ask for a pay raise. Surely you still got extra perks. The air's a bit fresher here. Considering how clean the air is. It's kind of a precious commodity these days. Then... having committed to the location of the junction to memory, Nele starts gauging the distance and direction of a new segment. Do you usually head to work following this route? Do you always stick to it, or do you alternate routes depending on your posts and shifts? What do you mean? I'm just wondering if I'll run into you again the next time I visit my grandfather. You've been keeping me company for so long. At least, let me treat the coffee. Nele. Weren't you trying to fish for information? Huh? You're starting to look a little suspicious. We've been getting along pretty well, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to come with me. A sudden loud noise comes out of nowhere. The ground shakes, the huge explosion sends debris flying in all directions, and triggers a shockwave of smoke and dust. Jay immediately grabs Nele and throws himself over her on the ground. Huh? The alarm starts blaring in an instant. The automatic sprinklers above the flower beds, seemingly damaged in the tremor, have gone off, causing a massive downpour everywhere. What was that? No clue. Stay put while I ask about the situation. Jay pulls out his communicator and is about to contact his colleague. But then the broadcast system in the white zone comes on. Attention all citizens. There's been an illegal trespass and an attempted burglary in the private residence. Would all citizens remain indoors? Do not travel without authorization. Did we miss one? I don't think we did. Let me double check. We did miss one. Hold on. We did miss one. Yeah, I just checked. So it might have been, instead of 17, it was probably 16. Yeah, it was 16. We skipped. Man, I really wish they had a list on the lobby instead of having to click through the whole map. That's rough. But okay, this is the one for sure. I just checked. Deep within the beasting system, data blocks keep falling away and raining down on this virtual space that has transformed into a library. The beasting system has refreshed its password or had a schedule. All access authorizations are being overwritten. 416, what's your situation? Only a faint noise can be heard through the comms line. The ceiling starts quaking, crumbling, and the last corner where they are hiding will soon be exposed. 45. We got to go now or are we too late? Number of times it's been played. I'll look for that. Hold on, let me catch a drink. Starting to lose my voice a little bit. "45 looks at the intelligence file that's almost within her grasp. The decryption progress bar is still stuck at 72%. 9, buy me 20 seconds. 20 seconds? Will also get washed away by the data torrent. Ignoring 9's attempt to stop her, 45 resumes her effort in cracking the code. 9 has no choice but to do whatever she can to slow down the spread of overwritten data. But with the application of the new password, there is no stopping the rapid onslaught. 45, we're seriously running out of time. At the horizon of the digital space, a heavy downpour quickly erodes whatever is left. 45! Done. 45 quickly stows away the intelligence file that she has finally acquired and grabs 9 without a backward glance. The last corner of the library rocks and sinks amidst the torrent of data like a broken wrath. Withdrawing back to level 2. Like a world buried in heavy snow, the sunken library is no more. Even though the dolls are safely back within their neural space, 9 is still in shock. 45, another 0.5 seconds, it would have been goners. Relax, we made it. But why didn't the 416 warn us? Even now, there's still no. 9 grumbles as she starts preparing for their return to the real world, but she freezes when she registers what she's seen. 45, what's this place? Why is it all white? Level 2 didn't used to look like this, did it? Did 416 upgrade the system? 45 tries to contact 416 again. Before the line connects, a familiar voice shouts from the distance. 45, run! A white spear of light comes flying this way. The brilliant light hurtles straight towards 45 and 9 with no signs of stopping. Healing chapters. What the heck was that? Having barely dodged the attack, the two dolls incredulously in the direction it had come from. 416 is dashing towards them with G11 in tow, pursued by a white-clad woman hovering in midair. 45 and 9 immediately opened fire in unison to cover their retreat. What is going on? Where did that woman come from? We got hacked. That woman looks like big trouble. She fits the description of the unit Nimron, who appeared in Avernus. So she's the one who wiped out Squad Nitrogen single-handedly? We don't stand a chance against her. We got to get out. The location of our frames is still hidden. You must escape from level 2 before she finds it. 416 inserts a new magazine into her weapon. 11 and I will cover you. Try to find a decryption point. Got it. Make it quick. 416. What is it? You will indeed make a great squad leader. Is this really the time? 416 drags G11 off to draw Nimron away. From the moment 416 realized they've been hacked, she has noticed the white-lit python that is always lurking in the corner. It appears in every corner they flee to, but never attacks. It just flicks its tongue leisurely, as if just passing by. But 416 insists... But 416 instincts tell her that it's not that simple. In electronic warfare, the visualization of every single object consumes processing power, so objects never appear for no reason. This white-lit python is on a mission. Whoa, that woman just teleported. This is her domain after all. As long as she has computational capacity, she can literally do anything. Ignoring the python for now, 416 focuses her attention on finding the woman dressed in white. She outclasses them in speed, agility, and power. They have no other choice but to keep a safe distance away from her. Pump those legs, don't stop! Ugh, I can't keep this up. Get on! 416 pulls G11 onto her back without hesitation. You handle the shooting. On it. 45, any luck? Give me another 37 seconds. Hang in there, guys. Hurry up, I'm about to be electrocuted. Copy that. Light powder drifts through the air. Seeing that a thunderstorm is coming, 416 picks up the pace as she flees with G11. Out of the corner of her eye, she catches a glimpse of the white-lipped python still hovering leisurely in a nook. But in the blink of an eye, it disappears. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, a grenade blows up and sends them flying. 416 breaks her fall with several rolls. Then, without stopping for even a second, picks up G11 and then resumes her sprint. They are pelted with grenades from behind. 45! It's done. Logging out. Get you living out first. She can't take any more of this. I'll go last. Got it. Ugh. D11 moans as she dematerializes in 416's hands. Now that she has logged out successfully, 416 can finally go all out. Come on then. 416 vaults over an obstacle constructed with data and fires to slow down the white-clad woman. The sound of a snake flicking its tongue. It's that white-lipped python again. This is the first time it has appeared so close to her. 416 immediately switches her aim and fires at it, but it simply twists its body and nimbly avoids all the bullets. 416, prepare to log out. Acknowledged. Almost immediately, the python strikes and sinks its teeth into 416's arm. Are you okay? After escaping from level 2, 416 checks the site where the python has bitten her. There is no sign of any bites. What's wrong? Is your arm injured? I'm fine. Now let's get the hell out of here. I've already sent AR-18 all the information we found in the bee sting system. She said she could work out the coordinates. Then we completed the mission. We're charging 5 times our standard rate this time. Of course. Bring along the unconscious G11. The dolls of Squad 404 disappear into the messy room. If you say in the first act that there's a rifle hanging on the wall, in the second or third act, it absolutely must go off. Chekhov's gun. Yeah, this is the Chekhov's gun. While watching Squad 404's retreat on the monitor, Nimrod narrows her eyes and lightly taps 416's face with her slender fingertip. Bang. Why'd you let her go, Sister Nimrod? Who says to let her go? Nimrod pulls her hand away from the monitor and picks up a wine glass instead. It's just not time for the rifle to go off yet. For you bastards. Clank. The sound of something made of glass hitting the floor. Then a cool sensation seeps into the hand. Did I wake you? What happened? The commander finds themselves lying onto the floor, yet another unfamiliar room. To their side, Lunasia is cleaning up the knocked over glass awkwardly with one hand. Ice water has been spilled all over the floor. Can you let go now? Huh? The commander looks up in bemusement and is surprised to find that they have been gripping Lunasia's hand tightly. After finally extricating herself, Lunasia rubs her clearly red and swollen hand. You had my hand in the vice grip all night, so I couldn't leave. Sorry. No need to apologize. I just slept pretty well, even though I was forced to sleep on the floor next to you. I had a nice dream. What dream? It's a secret. Like a lazy cat, Lunasia tilts her head to one side and sizes up the commander with narrowed eyes. According to my memory, this frame hasn't slept in a long time. There's probably something about you that puts people at ease. In exchange, you should also give me something that would put me at ease. What do you want? The truth. Why are you moving me around in circles? We've been at the same place all along, haven't we? Nisha takes a deep breath, and then she lets out a soft chuckle. How did you find out? The sounds. They're very realistic, but they're all the ambient noises. They're very realistic, but all the ambient noises was audio simulation. The church bells, the choirs, the planes taking off at the airport, they all had an obvious loop point. Judging from how far the sounds were coming from, we must have been going around in the same building. As suspected of you, Commander. Why though? Because it's fun. I like wasting your time like this. William doesn't intend to see me at all, does he? You're probably right. After all, he managed to achieve everything he wants without having to use you. So, your life is now in my hands. You will have to live the way I want you to live. This could go on for a week, a month, a year, a decade, maybe even a lifetime. I do wonder what you'll be like in 10 years' time. Will you still be as rebellious as you are now? But one thing I do know for sure, in 10 years' time, all your dolls will be little more than spare parts. You may be able to find chunks of them in the second-hand market. 30 years of therapy? Why aren't you saying anything? Oh, you must be hungry. Lunasia walks over to the table with a smile. She takes out a loaf of bread and starts cutting it up into slices. Oh dear. How could they be so careless? I clearly told them to prepare a bread knife, so how have they left me a dagger instead? Lunasia deliberately holds up the dagger to inspect it. The sharp glint of the unsheathed blade pierces the commander's eyes. It'd be very dangerous if the prisoner got a hold of it. Lunasia returns to the commander's side with the dagger in her hand. In exchange for the peaceful sleep you have given me, you can have this dagger. You can kill me and escape. We are now in the white zone in Frankfurt. The security is very tight out there. You will run into the patrolling guards the moment you get out. Once you tell them about the ordeal you suffered, you'll be escorted to safety. The white zone? Oh, right. Aren't you worried about your dolls on the Elmo? Lunasia points at the surveillance camera with a blinking light. They've already tracked you down. Get out of here and you'll see them very soon. I'm not going to do that. If you're concerned about the explosives I'm carrying inside of my frame, I was just messing with you. That's not why I'm not doing it. The dagger is pressed right up against the commander's neck. The smile has completely evaporated from Lunasia's face. Her cold eyes glint as sharply as a dagger in her hand. If you refuse to obey, I'll kill you. To be honest, I've grown tired of you. Go ahead. Are you testing me? Yes. Lunasia's pupils contract in anger. The cold blade slices open the commander's skin, but it goes no further than that. Lunasia drops a dagger. She stands up and pushes open the door. Get out. Get out of here before I regret it. The commander rises wordlessly. After taking a long look at Lunasia, they leave the room. As the footsteps recede into the distance, Lunasia slumps down to the floor. The footsteps have returned to the door. Why did she turn back? The commander is standing at the door with a blanket folded over their arm. They walk up to Lunasia, put the cuffs that had been there restrained for the last few days around her wrist, then place a blanket over her head. What are you doing? In the sudden darkness, the terrified Lunasia is picked up off their feet. Taking my revenge. The commander heads out of the door again, with Lunasia in their arms. Are you mad? You could have left on your own. William could locate and catch you through me. Have you not considered that? I caught William once. I can catch him a second time. But next time, I'll just kill him and be done with it. Don't be a fool. Return to your precious Elmo. Do you seriously think you're a savior? You're nothing. You can't protect anything. You're absolutely right. I once met a young woman. I just promised her a safe haven, and she trusted me completely. She died right before my eyes, and I was utterly helpless. I vowed then and there that I would not let this happen ever again. Maklian? She died so long ago, but you're still thinking about her? The commander can hear the mockery in Lunasia's chuckle. If I tell you I can revive Maklian, would you agree to it? The commander is immediately wary. Lunasia presses her lips against the commander's ear. Say, if Maklian resides within Morodo's body, can you accept that? Just like me with this body, can you accept it? Doesn't matter whether I accept it or not. You don't have a choice either way. From now on, you are my prisoner. Carrying Lunasia, the commander runs towards the lights. Yeah, that's a Giga Chat moment. I agree. Tried the mind games. Didn't work. Okay, now we actually get to the part we were at before. We can skip all this part. We can get to the rain. Aren't dolls heavy? Not heavy enough? Because she is crazy. She's actually a bona fide yandere. Skip Jay's lack of frizz. Oh, if you're confused by the commander saying it's for revenge, he's saying that he wants to fuck over William. That's basically it. That said, it's a very real thing that he also cares about. At the very least, the M4 within Lunasia. At the very least, the M4 in Dandelion. I had to wonder, is the Yanderena's all Lunasia though? No, it's not. Not even close. I like her now. I can't kill William, but we can cock him. Hey, William, I'm begging your sister. William would actually cry over that. Okay, we can start here. What was that? No clue. Stay put while I ask about the situation. Jay pulls out his communicator and is about to contact his colleague. But then the broadcast system in the white zone comes on. After his pride. Attention all citizens, there has been illegal trespass and an attempted burglary in the private residence. Would all citizens remain indoors? Do not travel without authorization. The Garrison has been mobilized and is actively searching for the suspect. If you have information or require help, please get in touch with verified Garrison soldiers or members with a identifying token. With all staff members currently on patrol or off duty, please report for duty immediately. What's going on? I don't know yet. Go back to your grandfather's place and hunker down for now. Don't leave until the alarm is deactivated. What about you? I got to go report for duty. Go that way. An intricate-looking wooden guarding gate is kicked open, revealing... Commander? Why are you here? Commander? As Nele looks in shock, the person known as Commander is standing right there before her, looking rather disheveled and carrying an unknown object in their arms. Jay draws his gun and trains it on the Commander. Don't tell me you're the burglar mentioned in the broadcast. Put down what you're carrying. Put up your hands. Slowly turn to face the wall and get on your knees. The Commander has no choice but to comply. They slowly place Lunasia, still wrapped in the blanket, on the ground, then put their arms in the air. Jay approaches Lunasia cautiously, all the while watching the Commander closely. He flips the blanket open. Even though Jay offers his best foul play, he is still dumbstruck by what he finds under the blanket. Isn't that... Smack. The Commander seizes the opportunity to attack. They knock Jay out quickly and seize his sidearm. What are you doing here, Commander? What are you doing here? Did you receive the message I sent you before? Oh yeah, by the way, Jay is out for the count. Like that's it for him. Just one punch and he's out. I told you, he is the whipping boy. When? What message? So the instructor's a liar? I haven't got information on the white zone for her so diligently. Jay has a skill issue. And I was like apprehended by the Stasi. Also, I like how Nele has does not care that Jay got knocked out in one hit. Oh. The Commander realizes their mistake and probably switches gears. I remember now. The instructor did mention it, but I've been so busy these days that I haven't gotten time to send you a reply. Nele's dubious gaze sweeps back and forth between the Commander and Lunasia wrapped in the blanket. Under the corner of the blanket that Jay has flipped open is the face of a young woman. Wait, so you're actually the burglar? Commander, why would you do such a thing? His risk is so high, stats are low. I'll explain later. We're about the guards in the white zone. The Commander picks up Lunasia and turns to leave. You know, I had to wonder, is Lunasia like awake or asleep right now? Because I'm wondering, like, when Nele looked at Lunasia, was she just smiling? Was she grinning? Is she having a time of her life being carried in a blanket? Then they grabs the commander. No, I need to talk to you. I'm meeting up with someone here. Go on first and I'll get in touch with you later. No, you currently have 0 credibility here, so I'm coming along. You... So, right, okay. An unmarked military vehicle speeds over and skids to a stop in front of them with a beautifully executed drift. The door opens, revealing 416 and M16. Sorry for being late. It took a bit of work hacking this vehicle. Get in, Commander. 16. Is that what you meant when you said that we meet again? How'd you even know this is how things turn out? Maybe it was divine revelation. Har har. Very funny. And just pretend I got a tip-off from Stasek. Are you still M16 at Griffin? If you're asking where I stand, Commander, 16 will always be on your side. A burst of gunfire erupts. The White Zone Garrison has caught up. Get a move on, we're out of time. Without waiting for the commander to ask, Nele has already squeezed into the vehicle. She looks back at the unconscious Jay lying on the ground. What about Jay? Bring him along. At least someone cared about him being knocked out. The door slams shut and the engine comes to life. Would all humans please get under the seats? Are you planning to fight the Garrison? Yep, back to base we go. Is everybody ready? All the dolls are ready for battle. Okay, so that was 17. It's 19, right? Oh, a battle, so that's 18. Okay. So to 19. The fierce exchange of gunfire interrupts the tranquility of the residential area. The vehicle carrying the commander speeds away on the deserted streets. Honestly, me too, yeah. But as their location is exposed, more and more enemy reinforcements rush to intercept them. There are too many pursuers. At this rate, the vehicle is going to fall apart very soon. Focus on driving. I'll take care of the pursuers. M16 pulls open the sunroof and props her weapon up to fire at the relentless enemies. 116, cover me. Got it. I'll keep an eye on what's behind you. A Garrison soldier is hit by the vehicle. While it brakes for a brief second, 416 snatches the communicator out of the soldier's hand and hacks into it. Can you find out their positions with this? Yes. A moment later, 416 has the answer. Commander, they have soldiers blocking all exits in the White Zone. More than a dozen teams are also searching along the main road. Then we can't go back the way we came. What should we do, Commander? Do you have a topographic map of the White Zone? Team up with the Aegis, yeah. We got to make a break for it. We're just sitting ducks here and they'll get us sooner or later. Another burst of bullets are fired at the vehicle. 45 swerves just in time to evade most of them. You use a very high clearance level to access any map of the White Zone, and the topographic one is pretty much top secret. I'm afraid we can't get to it on our own. Nele, who has been nervously watching the gunfight through the window, suddenly speaks up. I have a rough understanding of the geography here. I took the effort to memorize it because the instructor asked me to. Nele. The urban planning here is very systematic, with different areas for different functions. The center is the administrative area, which is roughly northwest from here, and there are residential areas in both southwest and northeast. Did she have time to walk everywhere, though? That's a little much, right? We are currently in the southwestern one. I'm like, did Jay slack off that much? The commander studies the diagram that Nele has quickly sketched and ponders the next move. Do you know how we can get to the main from here? The main? Why do you ask? There's a circular West-Biden metro line that passes over the white zone, and that's where the main and the white zone intersect. Don't question the plot armor we needed. You clearly did your homework. Still, we can't get out even if we find an intersection. No. What 16 means is that the walls here, that the walls of the metro line passes over the white zone are weaker. We can blast our way through there. Indeed. I understand. Nele stares at her own diagram with a frown. Based on the information I have, I can only infer that the intersection is roughly to the north of the residential area, where the garrison base and administrative area meet. That's actually impressive. Look, man, he's a slacker, dude. He is smart. Like, don't get me wrong. Jay's a smart guy, but damn, he just catches L's all day. He has never gotten a single W. Are you certain that this information is correct? It will directly determine our decision of where to go from here. Just like us. I'm fairly confident, unless the building is camouflage. That wouldn't be a problem. We can run a soil analysis before we do it. Then I have no other questions, Commander. Thank you, Nele. The commander looks at the X that Nele has marked on the map and frowns. We will have to get past the Garrison base to get there. There's a chance that we'll be spotted. Maybe a W, no? I guess so. You can sleep through all the gunfire. The garrison has fully mobilized to hunt us down, so only a small number of soldiers are left behind at the base. I'm more concerned about the comms network within the garrison. They respond to developing situations very quickly and their reinforcements are very fast. The moment they come across our tracks, they will immediately know where we're headed. Don't worry, we'll do everything we can to buy you time. The explosion will also serve as a distraction to split the garrison's attention. Right, then our current objective is to reach the water treatment facility. Roger that. 45 changes direction and speeds towards their new destination. .416 shoots down the last approaching garrison soldier. Just as M16 has surmised, the entire garrison has mobilized, leaving only a few squads at the camp. MC never fixing her eye, huh? She leaves that mark there because it's cool. At least that's what she says. I don't think there's been another established reason. .416 looks up at the top section of the water treatment facility. If all has gone according to plan, M16 should have arrived at her position by now. They need. Oh, really? Yeah, that is the reason. Yeah. That's why she never fixed her face. You think August 14 will be a playable unit? Yeah, I think so. They teased it enough in a journal. M16, 404 has finished cleaning up the scene. But we couldn't sabotage the Garrison's internal alarm system in time, so reinforcements are already on the way. Copy that. I'm already on the top floor and setting the charges. Give me a few more minutes. Or 5 more minutes. Acknowledge. 116 looks over to the vehicle in a parking lot nearby in which the commander, Nele, and Jay are hiding. UMP 45 and UMP 9 are already in position to protect the commander. All that's left is for her and G11 to intercept any enemy reinforcements and stall them until M16 completes the detonation. In this quiet moment just before the storm, 416 is suddenly plagued by an inexplicable sense of unease. As if to prove her sense of premonition, a shrill alarm sounds from the water treatment facility. I agree. 45 being a very sentimental character, and one you can empathize with a lot. Take cover, the charges are set. Copy that. Retreat post-haste. 416 gestures to her teammates behind her to take cover and promptly runs to safety herself. The commander's vehicle is just a few steps away. The sound of a massive explosion comes from behind, but there is no sign of the expected smell of smoke and burning. When 416 opens her eyes again, she is no longer near the water treatment facility that should have been ablaze. Instead, she finds herself in her own level 2 space. What's going on? 45, is this you? What's wrong? Why are you calling me via level 2? Change channel. I got yanked into my level 2. You got hacked? I'm not sure. Describe what you see. 16 takes in the starkly white space and looks for anything unusual. The sound of a snake flicking its tongue. It sounds extremely close, like it's right by her ear. A snake. I see a snake. A snake? 416, we are now looking at your level 2 through 45's shared screen. We're not seeing this snake of yours. 416 stares unblinkingly at the white-lit python coiled over several white objects that appear to be eggs. It flicks its tongue at 416 in warning. But 416 takes no notice at all. Her attention is on the egg-shaped objects guarded by the python. They are protected data within those shells. 416 realizes what she's looking at. This is Cocoon. 45, what's the situation out there? The explosion was a bit more powerful than expected, but we opened up a passage alright. We're now repelling the Garrison reinforcements while planning a route for the commander. The refrain should be near the commander's vehicle. If you have a plan, you better tell me now. Honestly, things aren't looking very good here. 45, there's a trap in front of you, and you know that taking the bait will kill you. But there is something vital in the trap. What would you do? We are all desperados here. Since when were we scared of a little gamble? I knew it. 416 lets out a sigh. Even if I don't step in the trap now, you'll do it sooner or later. 416 raises her gun and walks up to the snake. Then it better be me. Such things should be left to the squad leader, don't you think? If I don't come back, you can take over squad leader for a while. 416, there's also a chance that you'll lose everything in the gamble, so make sure you think it through. I have thought it through. 416 deactivates her comms channel. The white-lit python in front of her rears up, showing its robust body and baring its sharp fangs. Commander, I never thought there'd be a day when I risk it all. 416 squeezes her trigger, and a burst of bullets force the Python to lean back. The bullets bounce off his scales, creating a few sparks. That's some ridiculously strong defense. I bet his attack is equally. The whitelist Python flips his tail with lightning speed and forces with the force of a tsunami. Unable to dodge out of the way in time, 416 is brutally sent flying and crashes to the ground. Red Amy is also overpowered these days. Honestly, yeah, I agree with that. It's kind of bullshit, isn't it? With that kind of attack and defense stats, in G11's words, the boss needs to be nerfed. With a derisive snicker, 416 stumbles to her feet and faces off the Python once more. It raises his head high and flicks his tongue as if in mockery. 416 recalls his previous attacks and tries to identify any possible openings. Power creep. The Python launches another attack. All in the same move. Enemies are just built different. 416 slides through the gap between the Python's tail and the ground. At the same time, she opens fire in the direction of his head. I won't fall for the same trick twice. The bullets once again bounce off his scales harmlessly with only a spark. But causing damage is not 416's intention anyway. Her target has always been the cocoon. While the Python is momentarily distracted, 416 grabs hold of one of the cocoons. Then, she has lost sight of the snake, but the hiss by her ear is unmistakably clear. The pain of being strangled. She can't think, she can't move. It feels as if she's being swallowed by the snake, paralyzed by deadly venom, and pushed further and further into hell. Even so, 416 does not let go of the cocoon in her hand. The cacophony of gunfire pulls her back into reality. That's it? 416, answer me. I'm here. I got out. Are you okay? Give me quite a scare. I'm fine. I'll go pick up the commander. I have important information for them. Are you sure you're okay? What if I said you saw a snake or something? Yeah, we'll talk about it later. I'll check up on the commander first. The whitelist Python sheds its skin, and a woman emerges gracefully. She pulls up 416's real-time view. What a headstrong child. So eager to prove herself. Do you honestly think you can leave unscathed after stealing Hydra's treasure? Behind her, the remaining cocoons emit a faint glow. Now, let's see to whom you will offer the treasure. The fierce sound of battle seems to be fading into the distance. The commander wants to open their eyes, but their body refuses to obey. Commander! They feel an intense pain on their back and the side of their thigh, caused by some strong impact. The commander remembers running into the task force Defy, who came to rescue them, but their ride was knocked over by the explosion. Commander, wake up! A cold hand smacks him on the cheek lightly. Commander! They really got to wake up now. Finally? 416? It's me. Take my hand. Okay. Still feeling numb, disoriented? The commander reaches out towards 416 in a daze. Right, I got you. Now, try to relax. I'm going to pull you out of the car. Sure. Although the commander is still too confused to understand the current situation, they still implicitly and wholeheartedly trust 416. Here I go. This may hurt, but don't worry, I'll get you out of here safely. Right. This way, Commander. Dragging the stumbling commander along, 416 runs towards another vehicle that 45 has hacked. What about the others? Miss Nele and the funkily dressed dandelion are safe. The fire also made it here and is currently drawing some of the fire from us and buying us some time. It's very reassuring to have you all around. After helping the commander into the vehicle, 416 closes the door and stands guard outside. Commander, I'll stand guard here. Stay put inside the car for now. Once M16 is done clearing up a route, she'll come and give us a hand. Okay. 45, is the commander's escape route confirmed? Basically, yes. M16 is cleaning up the last obstacles. How are things in your end? We're safe for now. There comes the persistent sound again. 416 senses the menacing breath by her ear. 45. Yes? Come take over for me and watch the commander. Why? Where are you going? 416 feels ice-cold skin gliding over her frame, wrapping around her, but she sees nothing. The bind constricts little by little, suffocating her more and more. 416, are you okay? What's that thing in your eye? It's glowing faintly. I'm okay, Commander. She feels a burning sensation in both her right eye and where she was bitten in the arm. She grips her gun tightly and forces her mind to focus. 416, come in. 416? Is this my punishment for losing the gamble? I stole something important without paying my due. 416? This is what I extracted from the bee sting system. It's all in your hands, Commander. We will prevail. In the dead silence, 416's gun slips out of her hand and clatters into the ground. Like an icicle breaking off from a glacier, she plunges straight into an endless abyss of darkness. The commander catches her frame before she falls, but they cannot catch her soul. Time for your scheduled dose of PTSD. Yeah, so, yeah, she more got deactivated. Actually, even worse than that, but we'll get into that later. And Paradeus temporary plant. Nimrod takes the communicator, which should be not ringing at the moment, from Ashley. It's Hebe. The sentient toaster. What happened? Remember Bosca's cocoon that she left in my safekeeping? That one was already broken. The information contained within couldn't be cracked. That's why I left it with you. I used it to set a trap. What did you mean? The thief is now marked. Fine. It's going to be leaked sooner or later, anyway. But don't act without authorization next time. How can we win if we're always so passive? The game is already at a point where we can't afford to make any random moves. Hebe, I hope you understand the difficulty of the task at hand. Of course I understand. This is precisely why we can't just remain on the defensive. We may only stand a chance of winning if we actually take a chance. Have you considered that our mission objective isn't actually to win this current game? That's 17. 19, so was that your 20? Okay, we just did 19, right? I'm not freaking out. We just did 19, right? Okay. So it's 20. This is the last one then. What kind of sort of last one? Say, if Mockley resides within Mordo's body, can you accept that? Just like with this body, can you accept it? In the temporary safe house, Squad 404 analyzes the information for which 416 has traded her life. Pushing their sorrow aside for now, the commander finally understands what Lunation meant earlier. So this is what she meant when you said Mockley resided within Mordo's body. It's a gift to you from Bill. Toying with someone's life and death? If you join forces with them, you may agree to let Mockley return to your side. Shut up. This is the first time the commander has lost their temper in front of Lunasia. You see, you can't accept it. Neither can Bill. The commander walks up to Lunasia. The grim determination they radiate silences Lunasia. I've made up my mind. What? I am going to destroy Paradeus completely. All the Nidos, the incubation program known as Operation Cocoon, and whoever's pulling the strings behind them. I want them all dead. What about Mockley? Mockley is already dead. She died right before my eyes. I see. Then what about me? I hope you won't end up on the list. I suppose you don't want to be on the list either. Looks like I'm going to have to make an effort to prove myself. The commander gestures before M16 to take Lunasia back to her cell. Commander's locked in, yeah. Commander, you need rest. I want to check on 416. The commander steps to 416's frame and looks down at those closed eyes. .45 is perched on a stool, rummaging her tools in an attempt to repair 416. 416 would probably have a breakdown if you perform a eulogy right now. You know how much pride she has. Then what should I say? Something lighthearted. Ask her to send you invoices for what you owe. Tell her you support her being the squad leader of 404. That's more than enough. The commander tidies the tussle fringe on 416's forehead. But they just can't bring themselves to utter something so frivolous. Learned anything about the perpetrator? This damage is caused by a new Nido. 45 carefully peels back 4 and 6's right eyelid, revealing the clear mark on her eye. Paradeus has another high-ranking needle in Frankfurt. I see. I'll find a way to find her. How are the repairs on 416 coming along? We can't repair her with our current resources, and the damage she sustained is something I've never seen before. After this is over, I'll have to get the air. The commander squats down slowly and takes 416's hand. This was the hand that pulled him out of the vehicle. But right now, it is so weak and lifeless, it cannot even make a fist. I was planning to step down as squad leader and let her have a go in the position after this operation. Sadly, neither of us are the candidate type. If only I had told her sooner. 45. She's not even officially instated as leader yet, but she's already so eager to perform the duty of a leader. If someone had to lose their life, she'd rather it be her. 45 packs up the toolkit and walks up to the commander. For once, there is no trace of any humor or banter in her eyes, only seriousness. Commander, our new adversary in Frankfurt is most certainly an electronic warfare expert. We lost this time, and there's no guarantee that we'll win next time. This new needle's capabilities are still unclear, which poses a potential threat. But Commander, this is actually making me very eager for a fight. The commander can see the quiet fury burning in 45's eyes. What about you, Commander? The commander lets go of 416's hand gently and turns to the doll behind them. Same here. Yeah, everyone's locking the fuck in, basically. Our primary objective in this operation plan was to enter the White Zone and rescue you. The key part of this plan, entering the White Zone, was only possible thanks to intelligence provided by M16. It's almost as if you knew what was going to happen. The commander appears at M16, who's leaning against the wall in the corner. Her words from when they last parted ways still echo in their ears. You left Avernus early back then to plan for Frankfurt. Yes. I'm guessing you just clam up if I ask any more questions. The commander doesn't press M16 any further and instead turns to AR-18. Any new information regarding Paradeus? Anything on William's whereabouts in particular? Commander, our operation has achieved a great deal on top of successfully rescuing you. Defy destroyed a handful of Paradeus temporary bases, while Squad 404 hacked into the beasting system and obtained important information on Paradeus' new operation. 1 second. Okay. What information? Paradeus has plans to implement a project named Operation Cocoon to replace the channel that Irma shut down. That's the whole story we can talk about later. They already planned so far ahead, even back in Berlin. It was probably nothing more than a plan B at that point. But now they're forced to put it in action. But back then, Operation Cocoon wasn't about this. If you're referring to the EASA boxes, those are only byproducts of Operation Cocoon. We're still not sure what that's supposed to lead. In that case, we mustn't let them achieve their aim. That goes without saying. M16 walks up to the commander. There's a GPS track on Dandelion. We can't remove it. We can't let her go either. Firstly, we need her to stop Operation Cocoon. Secondly, I need her for my revenge. Alright, I'll keep trying. Also, we need instructions on how to deal with the two humans. After a knock, the commander in AR-18 enters the room. Miss Instructor. Miss Nele, sorry for the ordeal we put you through. Miss Mia is on her way here. First of all, please accept my utmost gratitude. Oh, they're not asking about it because they know what it is. First of all, please accept my utmost gratitude. Thank you very much for your help. If it hadn't been for you, my dolls could still be stuck behind the quarantine, beyond the quarantine wall right now. Also, the information you provided about the White Zone is critical and will greatly benefit our upcoming operation. So, what about the favor I'm asking? I understand what you're after, but Miss Instructor tried to fob me off, but I won't hold it against her. I know you're going up against Galatea and the powerful entity behind him. My request is very simple. I want to restore Dr. Gray's reputation. That's very dangerous, you know. Of course I do, but I got to get to the bottom of it. I want to figure out what exactly was the thing that replaced the real Dr. Gray. It's like nothing I say would have swayed you. You're right about that. Even though it'll take you down a difficult path, you do know that you're in the company of a group of wanted criminals, right? So what? The pursuit of the truth is never easy. Alright, I understand. Looking at Nele's resolute eyes, the commander knows that she is fully committed to her cause. Commander, here's a Tassie agent that was found together with Miss Nele. The commander directs her gaze at Jay, who is sitting in the corner. Not quite sure how to feel. Yeah, I bet he feels humiliated. Commander? Sorry for getting you involved. Did you receive my message? Yes. I thought the next time we saw each other again, we'd be having a drink together in Frankfurt. I'm sorry, that's really all I can say. I know. We're never destined to walk the same path. Apologies, Agent J, but I'm afraid you're going to have to stay here for a short while. Someone will bring you some daily necessities in a bit. Year 18. Tell all the dolls to assemble in the meeting room in 10 minutes. I thought you'd be depressed for a while. When Irma gave her life, you didn't slack off at all. I am a soldier. What a coincidence. So am I. The road ahead will demand even more courage and determination from us. It is an honor to accompany you. We are now just outside the abandoned chemical plant in the Exporn district of Frankfurt. Through our camera, you can see this thick smoke and a large amount of powder billowing the air. An explosion has just occurred here, but the exact cause and casualties remain unknown. Firefighters have already entered the scene to put out the fire. This is not an isolated incident. 2 other factories in the Exporn district has also experienced explosions today. As those 2 factories are involved in the processing of hazardous chemicals, our team has not yet been granted access, and the situation remains unclear. We will continue to follow this story closely. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received an emergency report. An explosion has also occurred today in West Biden's district. The blast site has been sealed off by the police, and unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. From the perimeter, we can see police officers, firefighters, and medical personnel moving in and out, with multiple injured individuals being carried out for treatment. Hello, did you notice anything when the explosion happened? I lived nearby. I heard some rumbling and ran outside to see what was happening. Then I saw the explosion in the district. There's a lot of yellow powder in the air. I sure hope it's not toxic. Thank you for your response. We also observed a similar yellow powder earlier at the site of the factory explosion in the Expern district. To determine its origin and whether it possesses any toxicity risk, we have reached out to an environmental expert on the scene. We have conducted a series of tests on various environmental indicators within the affected neighborhood following the explosion. However, it will take some time to obtain the results. At present, we can confirm that the explosion has caused a sharp increase in ELIT radiation particles concentration in this area. The levels are now approaching a threshold for a yellow zone classification. As a precautionary measure, we have issued a contamination alert to residents in the vicinity. But please stay calm and don't panic. We have already dispatched relevant personnel to contain the radiation contamination. Yes, if your viewers live near the explosion site, please refrain from leaving your home until the contamination alert is lifted. Following the major explosion in Frankfurt district on November 1st, multiple explosions have occurred today in Wiesbaden, Esborn, and Rahim, resulting in at least 50 casualties so far. Police and emergency responders have arrived at the scenes to carry out rescue operations. We will continue to provide updates on the situation. It is worth noting that authorities have not yet classified these incidents as part of the same series of explosions in the Frankfurt district. Instead, they have linked them to the multiple explosions that took place in Berlin this past September. Reports indicate that large amounts of yellow powder were also found in the Berlin explosion sites. Experts have now confirmed that this substance is identical to the yellow powder discovered at the new explosion site in Frankfurt. While the exact origin of the substance remains unclear, it has been confirmed to cause elevated ELIT radiation levels. Experts are actively studying its effects, and police are investigating its source. During this time, we urge Frankfurt residents to remain calm, limit outdoor activities, and avoid crowded areas. We will continue to follow the situation closely. That's the end. Running around town because of us. Is there any reason why AK-12 and AN-94 wear respirator gas masks in combat? Just to look cool. So dolls do eventually need to have gear to handle contamination levels, particularly in red zones. Yeah, that's it. There's some side content, but honestly, my voice is drying up, so I don't want to push it too far. But the content has nothing to do with the main story. It's just backstory that I'll talk about later. But as far as like the main story is concerned, yeah, that's it. We might be getting the next part in like a month, hopefully. Probably not. It's probably gonna be 2 months. $5 straight. Honestly, reading my scripts helps a lot. There's a lot of training. Yeah, it's probably 2 months, to be honest. That's how it was last time. Do you think we could have Girls Frontline offline too? It is coming in China. I hope so. I want a PC version. This event will give us a glimpse of his connection to Girls Frontline. The connections are weird. It's really hard to talk about how these events connect to Girls Frontline 2, because it's Girls Frontline 2 referencing Girls Frontline 1, and not the other way around. Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. There's a PC client, but there's no offline version yet. It's not that's not confirmed. But a PC client is incoming for China. We don't know if that's going to be pulled up for global. And yeah, there's 2 more events remaining after this. But yeah, Girls Frontline 2 makes an effort to connect to Girls Frontline 1, but Girls Frontline 1 seems to deliberately avoid connecting to Girls Frontline 2 in any way. Which is fine. But there are also contradictions that are made as well. And that's the problem of itself. Right? So if you guys are confused by anything, feel free to ask questions. Because this is the end of story reading, so if you guys have any questions, this is the best time to do it. I blame Lunasia. But for the PC client, we get a Starburst event. Yeah, I want all the limited events for the PC client. Will I see more than usual? I actually don't think that's the case. As far as the writing teams are concerned between Girls Frontline 1 and 2, there's a whole debacle about that. Particularly, there were... I don't have too much information about it because it's all secondhand, and to be honest, I didn't pay too much attention to it. But long story short, the beginning of Girls Frontline 2 was really bad. Like, his open beta stories was fucking terrible. It's more than just the Raymond thing, by the way. Like, everyone knows about the Raymond thing, but there's more story stuff in there that was bad. And people complained about it. So they ended up basically firing most of the staff for Girls Frontline 2. And put in new writers. Now, if I remember correctly, there was someone on the Girls Frontline 1 team who was connected to the Girls Frontline 2 team. And that kind of made the Girls Frontline 1 team pretty bitter about Girls Frontline 2. That's a very oversimplified version of that, but that's how I understand it without going into too much detail. Do you think M4 can be extracted? Not in the way you think, no. Like, so here's the thing about pulling out M4 out of Lunasia. If you pull out M4 the goddess Lunasia stops working. She is M4 is literally the heart of the goddess Lunasia. She is the heart. She literally cannot function without M4. So I don't think you can extract M4 out of the goddess. It's like a skill issue. How many events before the main story? 2 more events. So after this one, there's Isolation Forest and Convolutional Kernel, I think it's called. But then after that, the Girls Frontline 1 story ends. So at the very least, we should be getting the end of this story this year. So Girls Frontline 2's original beta story was trashed. Why was it so bad? That we go into the details, and I don't think this is a good time to go into the details. There's been some Reddit posts about it. I think probably the best source to look at is Iango. He has 2 videos on it, just making fun of the whole thing. Extract M4 and Lunasia or keep Lunasia. Was Rayman in the beta story? Yes. But only for like one side story. The problem with it was that his story literally made no sense, and Diane was out of character. You want to have the link to their dialogues up until the last event of the game. It's in the Discord. By Discord, I mean the Girls Frontline 1 Discord. If you go into the spoiler section, it's there. If 14 girls like 2 can do it. Yeah. I mean, I think Girls Frontline 2 right now, I think it's fine. It needs more work on its gameplay side, but in terms of story, it's fine. Will CM server come back first? Or in patch? Are you talking about Girls Frontline 2? Or 1? If you're talking about Girls Frontline 1, I don't think it really matters, to be honest, but I think the EN will reach the end of the story first before the CN server, the CN PC server comes up. Once she's coming back though, yeah. I mean, she literally has to. She's in Girls Frontline 2. Yeah, Diane was out of character in the original script. I read some of the script, but she's pretty bad in that. It was just bad writing for the most part. He's more tactical. Cool. I agree. Yeah. Where can I find a difference between the rewrite and the old stuff? You have to really look for that. You have to Google it. I don't have it on hand personally, and I don't think that in particular is on the Discord, the official Discord for Girls Frontline 2. Okay, so Diane's story, Diane's event for Girls Frontline 2, the rewritten one, is really, really, really good. Except for the fact it should not be called Diane's story. Because Diane is only like in 25% of it. It's basically Dandelion's story. Like she really got cucked out of her own story, which, considering the bad publicity she was getting, I can kind of understand why. But yeah, she didn't even really have a redemption arc. Everyone got cut. Yeah, it was really just Dandelion and Colfine, I guess. Yeah, I'm wondering if they said everything. Yeah, if they were on the verge of tears, I'm thinking she might have told a story about polarizing light, because that one was rough on the commander, like really rough. But the story, it really feels like that they really hard pivoted uh, on this Dandelion event for Girls Frontline 2. Like it was, you could feel the tone shift once that happened. Like that was the event where you can say, oh hey, there's a new writer. Yeah, Colgate is her meme name. When the cats became a JoJo reference. That's primarily from Project Neurocloud, and also her mod story, I believe. I haven't read her mod story, but it's definitely relevant in the Neurocloud. Polarizing Light was when we got SF units, right? After that. So crackpot theory. Groza is Moklian? No. Nope. I don't see how that one works out. It should be dual randomness, Longtran. Is KSVK douche? Yeah. Dushev Nanya. Can you please call her Nanya instead of douche? Nope. The meme's too strong. Bring all her douche. But I'm good with saying her full name since I know how to say it now. Dushev Nanya. The only doll with no skin? Hold on. Um Over doesn't have skin either. Dork Nanya. What do you think is a crazy theory that might be true? Hmm. I'm trying to think of any crazy theories that I heard that wasn't like obviously bad. I think it depends for me, Noble Tenchi. It depends on what the name is. A crazy theory that might be true. You know what? Actually, I haven't heard a lot of crazy theories. We don't really have like any lore nerds that are theory crafters. They're too busy just reading up on the lore itself. That said, even though I denied it, the idea that Lunasia could be like controlling Groza just so that she can be close to the commander is like so insane that I think they might find a way how to make it work. Groza is a chosen wife for Girls Frontline 2 because she's a Soviet weapon, and the commander's a Soviet. As long as there's no men there. We're economically Russian? Yes. We are the least Soviet I've ever seen. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, actually it's a spoiler, isn't it? Yeah, you find out in the last event, the final event for Girls Frontline 1, he is a born Soviet. Raymond was hot. You must repent. My bad. Well, we also have to keep in mind that Europe and Asia are just super fucked. So it's really natural. Actually, no, it's actually in lore that a lot of immigrants moved into Europe after Asia got completely fucked by the collapse radiation. Carter was more Soviet than we ever were. Yeah. Yeah. If Dandelion is separate, will Lunasia still be Lunasia? Honestly, if the most important part is M4, so technically yes. And yeah, a lot of people don't know that Commander is still Soviet. Especially if they go by the manga, because Jin Tian is from Africa, which is a weird one. So yeah. Yeah, pretty weird one. I thought she was from Siberia. Is Griffin Kruger Fall in Girls Frontline too? No. It's just heavily downsized because of a new law that was passed that PNC groups couldn't be as strong as they were in the past. So they got really heavily downsized. Now, if the commander stayed, they probably would have been able to bypass that law. Because the commander had enough clout that Griffin, the Earl, he would have been like, hey, no, like, hey, you guys know the commander, right? I'm in charge of this guy. He's totally cool. We can have him. But since the commander left, he didn't have that incentive to protect his own company. Is the manga a good source to follow the Girls Frontline lore? Honestly, it is. You just had to ignore the extra characters because they don't exist. They don't actually exist in the game. But if you focus on the dolls and the events, it's fine. It doesn't deviate much from what's established. But if you're trying to look for information on the commander, it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. Jin Tian is completely different than how she, or not how she, but how they are established in Girls Frontline 1 and 2 for that matter. Is lost, yeah. The politics in Girls Frontline is hard to understand. It is if you don't know the backstory. The characters that they did make for the manga actually are good in my opinion. Even Jin Tian is fine. But just the fact that they have to follow the manga, or they had to follow the game, the way how they portray Jin Tian, who is supposed to be the player character, it doesn't work. That's really the only problem. And Goes Frontline, Khan is so against the politic until Kruger mentioned Resartrism. Even then, he doesn't believe in Resartrism, the commander. He doesn't believe Resartrism would work. And to be honest, he is right. To achieve African knockoff. It's just to be different. I don't think there's any other reason besides that. might be for marketing as well. But I think the primary reason is just to be different. Oh, that's rough. I didn't know that. The translator quit. Which, to be honest, they come out so slow, it actually doesn't hurt that much. Yeah, Resartres are warring over each other, which kind of ruins the point of Resartrism in the first place. It comes from a good place, Resartrism, but ultimately, people just ultimately have different opinions. You can't change that. It's done in 2062, yeah. It comes out way too slow. It's pacifism? No. It's about uniting the entire world. That's like their main goal. The way how they go about it is undefined. And people not to fuck things up. Yeah, honestly. Basically, what Resartre was thinking was that, like, people are going to be pushed to the brink, and then their survival instincts will kick in, and they realize that they've gone too far. And that moment of clarity would allow people to come together. Which, to be clear, he was right about that. They did eventually start to come together. But he didn't have the foresight to realize that people are still going to have different approaches. And so the only way to have, like, the cynical way to look at it is that in order to have the same opinion on something, you eventually have to get rid of other opinions. And the only way to get rid of other opinions is to either change their opinion or get rid of the person holding that different opinion. Griffin's logic right there. Yeah, basically. he's exactly that. Holy shit, it's 1:30 a.m. I didn't even realize. Oh. You know what? I don't feel tired, but I'm sure if I lay down in bed, I'll instantly fall asleep. So I should probably go to bed. I don't know when I'll stream again. I want to do it next week. But I'll make an announcement on what's coming next. So until then, thanks guys for watching. I really appreciate it. Had a great time. Hope you guys come back next week. I love that dress. I do too. You guys take care.